Hello? It is time. Okay. I'm just moving stuff around really quick. Cool. All right. Okay. All right. Today's my last day for this. I simply cannot go another day without continuing. I've been struggling too. With, like, you know, staying mentally active. Hi, Chandu. So this is your game? Yes. Alright, so I think I'll just verify it. I left when I had double, the weapon was charging twice from the animation. I fired one shot, only one bullet is missing. If I fire again, I expect to see 2 disappear. Yep, 2 disappeared, and then 2 should disappear every time. Alright, cool. Okay. So that's just an animation thing. I have to open this one. And then I can't remember how I'm supposed to click through this, but there's like a certain way to click through this to make it work. Okay, so here's the emit charged. Alright, so emit round ejected, that's totally fine to be on the animation. That actually makes sense for the animation. And these two, those just go away. Now, do I remember how to save this? Interesting, okay. I think I do that, and then I would do this. And now that charging thing goes away. The weapon should still work though. I should still see a round eject, it should still shoot. I don't have debug stuff turned on. Okay, so 2 shots. Well, now it's being really weird. Alright, so I think I want to look at I think I want to look at this. So both of these. Just to make it... No, never mind. I was going to say, like, wrap it in like a size check so I can breakpoint. Actually, I can do this. Awesome. I just have a fake line there. I think there's issues with doing the breakpoint like that. Or not doing the breakpoint. When this breaks, the game's gonna be weird. Okay, so that was a charge, which just came from. Wait, no. So I clicked. What? No, this doesn't make sense. This shouldn't be happening here. I guess it did wait, actually. Maybe that's fine. It did kind of wait. Alright, I can't remember how I set this up so this was allowed. But right now, the weapon is going to fire. Even though it's clearly not in like a ready position. The charge has just happened. I clicked once, by the way. I wasn't clicking and holding. I think this is an input buffer. But how is this happening? How is this allowed? Yeah, it's an input buffer, so essentially what happened was I clicked. The weapon wasn't charged, so it's queued a fire, but then it just charged the weapon instead, but the firing is queued up, is buffered. The animation just reached a state that the weapon has been charged, so there's now a live round. And when the input is buffered, it's continuously, like, every single tick trying to fire the weapon. So this is the earliest tick that could happen. Which, you know what? That makes sense. Okay, that's fine. I'll tolerate that. So what I should see is weapon ticks. I can't. That looks like just one transform is in there. Yeah, it's one transform is in there. Okay. And that's where I'm currently looking. So it would have come from update. Alright, so I'm going to hit continue because there's only one thing in there. It's going to fire and then I should get a charge. Alright, interesting, interesting. So, interesting. Okay, and that was the charge timer happening. This is so, like, buggy and weird. So this should be charging now, so there should be just like the number 1 in there. Okay, good. Right. So then the weapon should charge. I wish I had an indicator somewhere if the round was live, but I don't. Sadly. Okay. So now supposedly there's a live round. Weapon is chambered but is also charging. And this happened. Really? Weapon is chambered but is also charging. No, that can't be right. Can charge return to true. If can charge returns true, then I can charge the weapon. That's how this is supposed to work. So I got... If chambered round type is not 0... Is this a... Wait, is this like a different bug entirely? Weapon is chambered but is also charging. But it's not live. What's the current chart? Alright. I think I should get this again. Okay, did I just fire the weapon? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, well I guess I fired the weapon. And then it's going to charge. And I'm going to hit continue because we should get the second breakpoint here. So chambered round type, it might be 1. Why are there so many? Yeah, so this actually makes sense. That actually makes sense. So what I'm wondering is how... When did that happen? Alright, I gotta go see where I modified this line, because this is kind of incorrect. Oh, maybe... No. No. This might have been left over from the revolver. Because I think it would set... It would set the chambered round type to be 0 after you fired. Because of how this... Just because of how this works. The chambered round can have a type. It should have a type. It could just be non-live. I think probably just all of this just needs to be deleted. That probably all just needs to be deleted. Is chambered. Is chambered live? Yeah, these are two different things. Fire projectiles, if we are chambered, we get it. We set it to be non-live. Which maybe in here there should be a check down here if we fire a non-live round. What was it? It's push error. That's what I've been using. Yeah. And then, yeah, I think just... Oh, eject the chambered round. You can charge a weapon with a round chambered. I guess that's why that's the mistake, isn't it? You're not supposed to be charging when there is a round in the chamber. You're supposed to eject first. So do I need to have... Okay. Maybe I need a second timer then. Probably. Yeah, I guess the mechanism has like 3 sections. The initial fire delay. The weapon fires, and then shortly after that the round ejects, and then sometime after that the weapon finishes its cycle and it will charge the next round, chamber the next round. Okay, I understand. So yeah, I should be calling eject round. Alright, so did I already delete that? Yeah. Alright. So that's why it's a mistake. Right. My weapon has a... Okay, that's why it's a mistake. Alright. So, yeah, okay. This is just a new part of it. So I have the full cycle time. Alright, I also had a thought. I don't know, I remember when I had this. It was definitely off stream. I had a thought that these timers should be running simultaneously. I would say fire the round at 1/10 of a second. Eject the round at 0.15 seconds, and then cycle, aka chamber the next round at like 0.2 seconds. Right. I wouldn't be doing it as delay for 1/10 of a second and then 0.05 seconds later, eject, and then 0.05 seconds later, cycle. It's all of it at once. Yeah, and then I guess if this is 0, then I just won't do anything. I'll still respect the fire delay. But this... Well, okay. I don't know. Um... How should I do this? Alright, I think what makes sense is when I assign these, I assign like the total time here, but then down here when I run actuate, I do the math to essentially calculate their stacked times. So if delay time is like 10 milliseconds and cycle time is 100 milliseconds, then I would subtract 10 from the cycle time. So it would be delay time is 10, and then cycle time is 90. Okay. There's a delay, eject, cycle. And I will run them in sequence. And when I set, I would do cycle time over this. It would be cycle time minus the fire delay minus the eject delay. If this is off, then it doesn't... Yeah. Eject timer will be the eject delay minus the fire delay. And I guess the order this should be flip it around so it doesn't look strange. Okay. Why is this wrapped in so many parentheses? I don't know. Now, I do need to know if we're ejecting. Hey, Yulia. So it should just be kind of like this. How's your day doing? It's alright. I kind of... Wow, it's like already been 2 hours actually. Damn. I slept in the last 2 days and has not been enough for me, I guess. Maybe I should just stop staying up late, right? Why are you so sure this is gonna prove it final? Because it has to be. If I'm not done today, it has to stay in whatever state it's in. And I need to do something else. But I can do it today. Also, if I really need to, like, if I'm getting tired at some point, I think I'm just gonna play Vintage Story until I get bored of being tired, and then I will start working again. That's my plan. Skyrim is addictive. Right. I'm just trying to like go through and complete the whole game is what I'm doing. What would it be? What would it be? It would be very similar to this. I've never beaten the game, and also, maybe I'm crazy, but I want to also do everything. I want to be at a point where the game just has nothing else for me to do. I don't even know if Skyrim lets that happen. No more courier, no more side quests. People beat Skyrim. Yeah. Eject timer, and we have a delay. Okay. If not used, we set delta to be 0. Return that. Tainted Grail is having an expansion. I don't know what that is. Alright. And now in... Oh, I'll make a react now. Yeah, sure. Maybe. So the order is always going to be fire this tick, eject this tick, cycle this tick. So if we are ejecting, I'm just going to straight up say weapon, or I guess it would actually be, oh, no, it has to, I have to order this, so it should be weapon, oh my gosh, weapon ticks, append. should probably use an enum, shouldn't I? I'm gonna use an enum after all of this. Or actually, I guess I would make it a const. Wait, const can do this? What? I didn't think const could do that. That's really weird to me. I did not think... Okay. This should be just be an enum. This should just be an enum. This is definitely like all over the place. This is really poorly organized. Okay. There's a cute girl doing assets on Blender. Okay. Round ejected. Alright, so I need to make sure that weapon scene. So emit round ejected. Round ejected. This still needs to happen because of animation stuff. But it's got to be different. It's got to be a little bit different. So this does the animation. That's a lot of animation stuff. She has 34. Yep. There's a buff for that. How can I make it so the animation doesn't happen? I guess I just have to... Well, actually... It's decoupled from the animation now, isn't it? Or is it? What is this ordering, by the way? Oh, I have to get the round before I can eject it. That's why. I don't know what that means. It's supposed to mean oil. Alright, here's something that's weird about this. So... Alright, I think what I should do is... Here's a problem. So... Weapon charged. Some of this stuff is callbacks from an animation, and some of this stuff, specifically this one, is going to be split. I need to run the animation here. Wait, actually, no. I was gonna say, what if I really want to be it to be bound to animation, because this is, you know, animation stuff. But I can't do that. I actually really have to say, I need like two things. I need to remember the last round that was fired so I can eject it correctly, and then I need to just eject the round. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I save a value that says, all right, here was the last round that we fired. So when I get the callback from the animation, I can eject that round. That's it. That's what I need to do. I need to save the last round fired, which should just be the last, or I guess whenever I fire the weapon, I get the chamber round. And I save it. With this stuff, right? Anticipating in the future, the animation is going to tell me, all right, now do that part of the thing. Or, all right, here's a question. How am I actually going to do weapon animations? I really like being able to do weapon animations in here. I really like this. But also, what's this like extra thing in the back? That's weird. I'm not sure what that is. Also, what am I trying to... Wait, what am I saying? Oh my gosh. I forgot. I really like being able to do the animations in here. At the same time, I could... Should I do them in Blender with the actual weapon model? Should I do the animations there? It would probably be easier. Probably a lot easier to do animations in Blender because it's kind of, you know, made for that. Yeah, you know, so Godot's like really good with animations, to be honest, but I also haven't, well, I can't say I haven't worked with Blender because I definitely have. I have a lot of issues with how Godot does theirs, specifically curves and things. They're really... with the Z. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just taking this track off. Goodbye. But I guess I probably need to go back and look at what those times are because now I've lost them. Whatever, I can just look at the pistol and like guess it again. So we're no longer doing that. In fact, I'm going to go to weapon scene and do the same thing again. I'm going to say remove my animation logic. Ejecting is timer only. S. There's so much timer logic, man. Can I really pull all that out? I mean, it's always been timer logic. The main issue has been that I lose time for weapon firing, because the animation runs slower. And I mean, this is something I gotta say, right? It was nice to couple them with the animations, because then I could just make the animations and call the function and then be like, oh cool, it works. That's not very good for actual, like, mechanically how I want things to work. So if I want to do any like particle stuff, if I come back here in the future and I'm like, wait, I really need to know, like, I really need to have this effect bound to an animation. Okay, sure, I can do that. But anything logical has to be run through timers on my own side. So this means if I charge a weapon, that's the thing. Yeah, cause that's actually an issue. So when I charge, like if I have the shotgun and I charge the weapon, part of that charging necessarily ejects the round. It's like part of the whole system. That's got to be timers as well. That has to be strictly managed through logic, and I should not rely on animation progress for that. I have the animation, and then I write down the times that things happen. That's how it should work. The animation just plays totally detached from anything that happens, but then I just set my timers to match the animation. On weapon round unloaded. On weapon round unloaded. Round unloaded. Emit round unloaded. So when does that happen? Round unloaded, round charged, right there. So this is where the animation says it could eject the round. And I just need to have it on the same time. I was gonna say, what if I could have visually the round emit, the round unload here, and then logically have a different timer? But then I'm doing this thing where I have to manage it in two different places, so to make sure they're aligned. And then I have the problem where if you were to slow the game down and look at it, you would see either the round would be recovered before you even see it appear, or you would see the round appear on your screen, but then the round wouldn't be recovered yet. That would be really stupid for that to happen. If you see the round on your screen, the round has been recovered. That's exactly how it should be. So what do I have to do for data then on charging the weapon? I guess I would just have, I guess I could go in mechanism. So mechanism could store I can leave this here and let it happen anyway. I think I even said the same thing with charging, like the weapon charging can be animation based, but only for animations like this. All right. So this is fine. Only for animations like this. This isn't a round ejected. Leave those like that. And gosh, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. This is like getting worse. This is just getting worse. It upsets me. I don't want to make this worse. How many refactors before I'm crazy and I'm just like wasting my time? Because I did this before already. When I bring in the animation, how would I animate this? I think what I'd really like to do is do it the same way. That Red. Dude. Where I would have like the slide, the whole mesh, and I would do stuff in here. But this is like a Godot animation, right? This isn't like how I could bring in an animation. Maybe I can add a track. Oh, I've done that before. I have done that before. What a zombie. Attack A. It's gonna be at the very bottom. There. I have this. I've done this. I just wish it was more precise, because the animations, I don't really trust the Godot animations. I genuinely don't. Because I can get called for on attack start here. I can get called like really far after I've actually had it happen. If that were to happen, then I'd want to delay the attack end for the same amount of time. So I would say, all right, at 1 second, I want to start the attack. Then I want the attack to last, how long do I have this set for? Like 13 milliseconds, 130 milliseconds. So if I start it late, I'm like, okay, well, now we start the timer. And then it would end here. Right? So it still lasts the same amount of time. The animations don't do that. I could get called for attack start here and then get called for attack start here. So the attack would last like 2 milliseconds. Or like 20 milliseconds. It could be really short. It could also happen that I get here and I call on attack start and then on attack end in that order. Like it could be this laggy, right? We could skip from here to here and there would be no attack that happens. It would turn off and then turn off. It would turn on and off immediately and have no time for any collision to take place. I just wanted to go here and point out that this is a case where I've imported an animation and put function calls on top of it. But that's not good. That's just not good. I can't do that. I guess what I need to do... Hey, Denon. To make a vid to post on Patreon. Working on the grenade system and I'm too excited about it. Okay. Definitely probably make the game first, right? Do I have certain animations where I say, yeah, we'll just bind them to animations, like it's whatever, right? It's fine to bind them to animations purely. But there's some things that I want no animation connection to. Like the weapon firing. You click, and there's a timer that starts where it fires after, I think, 1 frame. And then around ejects. And then around chambers. And I don't want to rely on animation because stuff can miss time. This animation is, you know, you'd think like, you know, 130 milliseconds is enough for like a 60 FPS, but sometimes apparently it's not. It's not enough time for these callbacks to get back to me somehow. So, charging weapon is fine to be like animation based. I have, it's just weird because I have a case where I need to logically eject around at a specific time. But I also, well, I guess when I charge, it's an unload, right? It's always an unload. So I guess this is a different thing. But then, what if I want eject? Maybe I need some kind of split here, where I say, this is visual, this is logical. Maybe I even pass a Boolean that says, hey, this is logical, this is visual. Maybe that's what I'm missing. And I can do that. I just don't like that. So if I ever do a charge, it's always logical. Around unloaded or ejected. No, around eject is... That's strictly logical. Around unload... Does that one have to be... I guess if this gets called, it'll do the proper visual stuff. So there's no chance we can call this and then not do visual stuff at the same time. As long as the path either comes from... You know... Emit round unloaded true, okay? I'm gonna do this. We're doing this. Playing around with shaders, they're crazy. Yeah, shaders can do a lot, for sure. No, don't crash for that. I can't take it. Oh man, and the stream is freezing. Hello? Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention that closing Godot there was just going to crash. Well, I'm taking a break. I am thoroughly upset now after that. I can't do it. I can't take it. I'm just not in a good mood. I'm straight up just not in a good mood. Something's up. I'm just gonna play this for a bit, chill out, and get back to it in a minute. Gosh, I hate that so much. So much. Dude, I clicked save on something and Godot crashes. And it does, it's so horrible that it freezes my stream for 20 seconds. I don't understand. What is happening? Oh, what time is it? 3 a.m. and my door broke. Wait, what? Is there like nothing? Calm? Wow. Okay. What am I doing? Why is it red? It just turned red, didn't it? I don't know. I think I gotta do like... Okay, I gotta... What am I trying to open? Alright, let me search for like... Container? Storage vessel? Okay, I just want to look something up in case, like, there's something I'm missing. Do I gotta turn this off? No. Alright. Crate? This is all the site that's broken right now. Oh. Wiki? No, it's broken. Alright, whatever. Oh, whatever. How do I get clay again? Okay, so it's clay in soil. Right, okay. But what do I do while I don't have any of that? I feel like I should just be able to, like, carve out the center of a log and just use that as a container. I feel like there should be some, like, very simple container that I can use that's not just... I mean, I guess I can place it on the ground. I just ate some seeds by accident. I mean, did not want to do that. Am I eating this? I'm hearing the sound of me eating. How do I... Okay, so seeds I cannot place on the ground. Alright. Can't place this on the ground. No. Can I place this on the ground? Nice. Yep. Alright. Should have expected that. Also, I heard a wolf. It's so bright right now. How am I going to make the player throw the grenade? Dude, I don't know. Something. Oh, one sec. I gotta fix the window. It's just too bright. And now it's really dark. All right. Can I put these in the ground? Tumbleweed just went by. Uh, guess I just put this down like that. Alright, well I gotta get clay like immediately because... yeah. Is there a way for me to... does the map like give me hints about where there might be clay? That's gravel. Is that clay? No, it's just bitter soil, I think. Yeah. That's all just better soil. What is this? Granite sand. Am I gonna run into the wolf? Probably. It's probably gonna happen. I feel like I'm struggling to see. From what I remember, clay was just kind of random. It wasn't like Minecraft where you go to the water and you just find clay there. Yeah, found it. It is just kind of like random. Awesome. This is a ton of clay here. I'm going to mark that. There we go. And I don't remember how much I need for a pot, but I'm just going to grab as much as I can. Well, maybe not as much as I can, but a lot. Four stacks, I think, probably. Which seems like it's going to be my entire shovel to get that much, so... I guess it will be as much as I can get. Alright. And I would like to find some berry bushes. Actually, I guess I probably grab this cranberry bush and bring it back because it's gonna take a while. Another one. Pigs right there. Walk around those guys. I'm gonna leave those. All right. Flower in 8 days. I'm gonna move all these to the line. All right. So I would like a storage vessel, I guess. All right. You and then there's something that's like repeat last layer. Yeah. Should probably pay attention to how much this is taking. I started with 2 plus 64. Alright, so that would take, if it's 2 plus 64, I went through 1 more than half, it's just 33, 35. So it's like 35 clay per pot. Okay, now I don't remember exactly how to do this. Place clay products in 1x1 hole. Dry grass, sticks, and firewood. Okay. Dry grass. grass. This is the dry grass. Way more than that. Okay. Now 4 sticks. And then firewood. I think this one's 4. Yeah. And then I would light it. Okay. I'm starving. Alright, chill. I can cook these, so I'll cook these. Wonderful sound. Give me more firewood. I just simply have no space anymore. I don't know, that's probably going to be a shovel. I think I cooked these. Do I not? Oh, 600 is the burn temperature. Wait, what? No. Alright, I'm missing something. Pause the game. Oh, I use the roots. My gosh, I don't have any. Can I just put this? No, I want to store it. This is so stupid. This is the dumbass sound I keep hearing. I'm starving to death. That's the sound of taking damage. Godot crashed and I gave up. I can't take it. I am just so... I'm like... And I didn't stop the fire before I walked away. Like an idiot. You're playing this game instead of Overwatch? Yes. I actually want to relax. I actually need to relax. Question mark is over. What are you talking about? I said I need to relax. I need to. And I'm only gonna play this for like a little bit. And I don't know why I didn't start this pit. I can start it anytime. Does it need more wood? Wait, what? Huh? Oh my god. Where's my eggs? Can I break this tree? Those are really difficult trees to break. I probably can't. I've got logs. You know, I'm making all the logs. I'm a solo queue, yeah. I just don't have. Should I eat this? I want to use this in a recipe. I would really prefer to do that. So I guess, you know, while I wait, I can make, I cook a large pot. Yeah, okay. And then let's do this. Why is it like saving? What is it? Sometimes it remembers the tool I set to, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand when it does. You have to hop on Vendetta released? No, I'm not getting on Overwatch today. I just need to like quickly use up an inventory slot of clay so I can grab my food and eat it. Oh, what am I doing? I can store the firewood. Alright, eat the food. New season. Nope. Those take so long to cook. That should finish. Before it runs out. Should I have made 4? I don't know. Probably not. I don't think I needed to make 4. Why is there a wolf right now? Will he go away? Dude, he's just gonna show up and start killing me. I'm so concerned with that wolf, dude. Like, it sounded like he was in this direction. Now I need a knife, and I put all my flint away. Do I have a knife? Oh, I do. Nice. Can you recover flint from this stage? I don't think you can, right? I can't. No, it breaks if I do that. Well, now I know. You cannot recover the flint at that point. Please. Just light. Alright. That might be the longest I've seen something take to light. That was just bad luck. Okay. I can't save. I have to save and leave. Interesting. Okay. I've got the pottery stuff going. I may as well keep making storage vessels, honestly. I think I can make... Yeah, I can make quite a few more. So it's like a little bit less than 2 per each full stack. Very good. It's getting late. Right, I think I'll set these up and then get back to game. That is so close, man. He's right there. I can see him. Wait, is that him or is that a pig? It might be a pig. The wolf might be right. I don't know. Yeah, those are pigs. That one's a pig for sure. That one I'm actually not sure about. Dude. Those guys will like insta-kill me. They straight up insta-kill you. And dude, this pig cannot be walking up to me right now. Okay, so I'm worried about the wolf. The pig is also just gonna walk up to me and start killing me, by the way. He will just do that. Just for fun. He will straight up do that for fun. He's gonna walk up to me and be like, oh, you're threatening me. And then just start attacking me. Alright. Should be able to get all this started, I think. Still calm. I kind of wish there was a way to look for that without having to open a menu. I guess I can kind of tell just by looking around. If I don't see any rifts, then it's probably pretty low. Oh, more sticks. Those are bushes. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to do this, I think. That was one stick for leaves. And I'm not going to start all of them. I'm just going to get like one started. I need way more sticks than I currently have. And just start quickly in less than 5 tries. Dude. Okay, I said less than 5 tries. This is my 6th try. 7. 8. I think it's like a 50-50. 9. What is happening? 10. 11. It took 12 attempts to light that, and I think it's actually 50-50. 1. 2. It must be less than 50-50. 3. 4. Maybe it's like a 1 in 4 chance. I'm gonna wake up starving. Oh well. Yeah, I'm just gonna save after this. Can I not like sleep efficiently when I'm hungry? No, I can. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna save it there. Okay. Alright. Update title. What was the title called before? I need to look. It was called Gun Improve. I could just copy that whole title. Alright. Back into it. Okay. So what happened last time? It's nothing like something I can avoid. I just literally clicked save. I literally clicked a save button and it crashed. So this was fine. It should be, this should be, yeah. So some of these need to be, okay, round unloaded. Round unloaded. I don't remember anymore. I just don't remember anymore. It was going to be round ejected can emit with a boolean. That's what it was. Okay. So round ejected, although I don't eject from here. Reload does have a... Oh, it's into reload. Has an emit round unloaded. Out reload. Should have a charge. Oh, here. A charge. Should use what? It's like Python, but fast like C. So you're telling me it's compiled? Is it compiled? It does compile. What is this one? Event magazine loaded. This magazine. Speaking of compiling, today is not a compile day. There's no way I could possibly be compiling something today with what I'm doing right now. No way. So emit charge. I do not have the brain power. I don't get it. I don't get it. Emit round ejected. This was my thinking here was the shotgun needs to do this. But it doesn't call emit round ejected, it calls emit round unloaded. Ejecting is part of the fire mechanism. I've got it. Ejecting is part of the fire mechanism. There is no such thing as round ejected. There's no such thing. There is actually no such thing. And let me even say, I've just removed this from all animation logic. Just do that. No more round ejected. And these are certain things I will bind to animation, that's fine. They're slow things that you do once, like charging the weapon, reloading the weapon. Those are fine to be on animation. I'm totally cool with that. I am. Am I? Maybe I'm not. Networking. When do you decide that someone's reloaded their gun? The person... I don't know. I guess you just say, Does the animation have to... Stop it. Stop it. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just making the gun fire on timers. No more animation. That's all I'm doing. Timers, no animation. Right? Okay. What is going on? Charge. Okay. So I can charge, I can load, but I can't fire and I can't eject. Those two are very specifically based on the weapon mechanism. Charging can happen from animations. There is no round ejecting and there is no firing on animations. Those don't happen. The round ejected would be the round loaded or unloaded. Okay. Okay. Weapon node. Round ejected. Okay, so when I call round unloaded, that's all this, right? Whatever. But when I'm ejecting, I'm only doing that on timers. Which will do this. Okay. No ejecting. Charge, uncharge, reload, unload. Round load, round unload. Magazine load, magazine unload. That's it. Eject, charge. Always in that order. We would eject on round ejected. And charge, okay. Is it working now? No errors in logic orders, whatever. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I still have the breakpoints, so. So I'm expecting to see the fire. Yeah, so it's just that. Continue. This should be a round eject, which is 2. Good. And then a charge didn't happen. Okay. Or was that the charge? That was the charge, right. I must eject first. Okay. So the problem is I have a fire delay. I think I said this would be like 1 tick. But I guess what I can really think about is just like how many milliseconds between clicking and shooting. So probably it should be pretty quick, like a millisecond. I can open up the animation and look at the animation, scrub through the fire, and see. So yeah, like a millisecond in, we fire. I guess milliseconds, this would be 10 milliseconds. actually. Alright, I'll say 15, I guess. Eject delay. So I guess that's around here at 30 milliseconds we eject. And then the whole cycle. 60. I think I actually had it at 70, so I'll do 70. Okay. Save that. There's the fire. Weapon takes. Cool. Then I should see eject happen very shortly after. That's eject. I see the bullet there. Awesome. This is really weird. Something is really weird is happening here. Okay. And then we have the cycle. All right. Cool. Bullets. Those are the bullets I'm looking for. Reload. Apparently he sees me. Okay. I see him saying chase and speed. Can I get far enough away that he doesn't respond to this? I think it should be about over here. This seems like right to me. Okay, he heard that. Let's get further away. Awesome. Okay. And this is a recovered round, so it disappears quickly. Also, it's rotating the wrong way, I think. So how many rounds am I about to reload? I'm about to reload 1, 2... Well, I think it's 13. Wait, what's the magazine size? I don't remember. Alright, cool. And I did pick up this rifle, which is a little special. Okay, we're charged. I should be able to hit reload and see a bullet come out at the end of the reload. One stays in. Okay, something happened there. It didn't eject the round. Is that a round eject? Oh, wow. Alright. I dumped the whole magazine instantly. And I just created 1,000 errors. Instantly. That's kind of crazy. So, weapon has a chambered round. You must eject first. Charge weapon. Firing a non-live round. Am I? Weapon has created negative ammo. Wow. Alright. The rifle is like a lag machine. I click once and I create 1,000 errors and freeze the game for 2 seconds. Okay. Did anything weird happen with the pistol? No, the pistol looked pretty good. The rifle had some issues. So, I mean, I didn't even set up the rifle. The rifle is still kind of broken right now. It should be broken. Yeah, this is an instant fire and everything. So, I guess I'm just gonna go look at rifle scene and fix the animations and also observe the animations and what they're doing. Alright, so charge. This was all fine. Is this round unloaded? So this is round ejected. This should be changed to round unloaded. Okay. All the charges should be round unloaded. Clicking save might crash it again. It probably will, actually. So emit fired. I guess I have the rifle firing instantly for some reason. So actually I'm gonna do the same thing where I'm gonna delay this by like 10 milliseconds. Yeah. Why does the pistol have that icon? Why does the pistol seem to have that icon? Weird. I don't know why it has that icon. It should not have that icon. That icon is a data icon only. It should not be on a scene. Alright, so the rifle... I meant to click the rifle, not this one. We'll do 10. I will delete. I have it really delayed. Why do I have it so delayed? Yeah, so I'm gonna pull all this back and then yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm not gonna touch the animations. I'm gonna avoid touching the animations. So round ejects at I guess 32 milliseconds. Which is a bit faster than the pistol. And then we charge at 60. And then this gun is ready to fire at that point. Now, should I actually have this be a charge delay instead of cycle time? Because I guess what this means is now... Yeah, so I've got an issue now. I believe the script... Okay, never mind, it doesn't. There's nothing there. Alright, so I'm actually going to do another split. I'm going to have a charge and a cycle. Because I've been calling it cycle and charge, but they're not the same thing. The cycle is effectively the fire rate that I can achieve. Minimum time between consecutive triggers, right? And then 0 just isn't possible. 0 is just not possible. But this comment will stay for this. Must be after the eject delay. And then I guess not be going up by 1 every time, so. And cycle this tick should actually be changed to charge this tick. Charge. Charge timer. And then that just gets deleted there. Charge delay minus eject delay minus fire delay. Cycle time minus... Well, cycle time will just be... I found a gate guard simulator, but the trailer looks like it's made by a 16-year-old. Okay. What does that mean? Should I be stacking the time? Nah, I'll just write it all like that. That's fine. Though I kind of don't like how it looks. Whatever. Whatever. So now charging is on something else. And then the rifle animations need to be corrected. So the fire, there's just no track there for that. The other animations should stay, but I just need to make sure that the function I call is going to be an unload instead of a round eject. So yeah, emit round unloaded. Alright, can I save it? Let me make sure everything else is saved before I continue. Can I save this without crashing? I need to save the charge. I need to save that one. I'm just gonna save all of them. Alright, it worked. It didn't crash. I changed my mind as made by an alien who still thinks Wilhelm scream is funny. Okay. Does the rifle work? Okay, I pick up all three of those at once. Okay, so I'm just gonna run down here so the zombie won't bother me. I don't know why I can't reload right now. I think because I have to charge. How do I charge the weapon? Scoping should be charging it. Oh, 500 errors, you say? Travel unload is not... Oh, because I'm pressing... Right. So did I not put it on the pistol? Did I forget the pistol? I did. No. Alright, let's look at when this happens. So we're... Yeah, so we're charged at like 6. Gangsta. So fire delay, I have it 15 milliseconds. It ejects at 30. It charges at 60. I believe I typed in 60 there. Okay, so apparently we're keyframing this or something. Like, what the hell is happening? Can we, please? Dude. What the fuck? Is something wrong with the script? Like that's not a thing that happens. I didn't mess that up. Charge delay. It's right there. Okay, please stop doing this stupid shit. It's literally like trying to keyframe. Oh, it's gone now. The keyframe, random keyframe shit's gone now. Can we get serious? What is this bullshit? Why'd I have to restart the fucking move a slider? Dude, I have such like a short temper recently. I can't stand it. Everything is making me mad. Why are we initializing plugins this long? That's like, this is abnormally long to load. Okay. Can I modify the time of the charge now? Oh, I can now. What the hell? Literally, what the hell? What was broken last time? Does it have something to do with the fact that this thinks it's a what? Why is that? That shouldn't be there. Like, I mean, I was wondering, is there some weird thing where this is like pulling that in? No, it's just being stupid. But how is the shovel not a weapon scene? Oh, the shovel is a weapon scene. It just doesn't show it there for some reason. Okay. Oh, they all show it. All right. Weird. You know, just weird. Okay. Just so weird. I don't know what was going on there. All right, but now that I've done that, the pistol should work. Should be able to shoot it. I can't shoot it anymore. Did I miss like a division here? Charge timer. Charge delay minus eject delay minus fire delay. What? It's all correct. That's all where it should be. Am I not modifying the charge timer? No, I am. Cycle timer? Okay, so the cycle timer becomes negative. How did I manage that? Weird. Weird. Wait, weird. So eject delay is the eject time minus the fire time. So it would be 15. Oh, it's not any of this. It's just eject delay and then charge delay. Okay. That's my mistake. But yeah, these should be stacking. So, all right. So I do need a this Alright, okay. I finally figured it out. Offset would be, so this one's fire delay, right? It would be this minus offset. So this would happen after fire delay. And it must be greater. So I guess I can say some things here. So if eject delay is less than or equal to, I guess just less than offset. I guess this is an error. I can just do all this. Eject delay must be after firing. Charge must be after. Charge must be after firing and ejecting. So here I would say at the eject delay. I guess it wouldn't be that, it would be the max. Or no, I guess it's just eject delay at this point, right? Why is it telling me what's it doing to me here? Oh, I guess this should be a float. Okay. And then the offset. Here's the charge delay. Okay. All right. That's all I had to move. I think so. All right. Looks like everything happened. Nice. Okay. I should probably like turn the zombie off or something. Instead of just running away from him. Oh, I didn't grab the rifle. Okay, just put myself in a good spot. Or, you know what, if I just turn off the zombie, I turn myself around and turn off the zombie. Alright, let's do that. Just turn them off. I guess I'm just gonna make him disabled. There we go. So he just shouldn't be processing at all. In fact, he should be over there like T-posing. No, I guess he's just stuck in frame 1 or something. I don't remember what those are the rifle bullets, yeah. Alright, what else do I shoot? We shot like instantly. I'm charging every time. Okay, I guess that means I just haven't set up the charge timer on the rifle. Right, because it was broken. Okay, so I think I said the same thing. 60 there on the rifle. And then I guess 100 milliseconds. So this is where I'm determining the fire rate of the rifle. This determines the fire rate, whatever I set cycle time to. So if it's 100 milliseconds, that means it should probably be faster than that, right? One sec, I gotta adjust the window. I'm still very bright. Okay. What's like a fire rate of? $600 to $900. $600 to $1,000. Okay. So that would mean that's rounds per minute. Let's say I do 800 rounds per minute. So many rounds per second. That would be that many rounds per second. So if I were to do this, then I would say 75 millisecond cycle time. Okay. Now, I don't know what that's exactly going to do to this. I guess cycle time also includes the fire delay. So maybe I should say 65 is when this is ready to fire. Because that fire delay is always there. No, okay, so cycle time is like the full thing. So this doesn't mean every 75 milliseconds I'm firing a shot. This isn't like 75 plus 10. This is between fire 1 and fire 2. will be 75 milliseconds. Even though it's like technically the trigger delay. Okay, so it still has to charge every time, which is really dumb. I don't know what's going on with that. Is the animation doing something? Did I not save it? I can shoot that as much as I want. That's funny. I'm still recoiling. But the weapon's not firing. Interesting. So... what's up with that? The charge works. For the pistol. The charge does not work on the rifle. And I don't understand why. Everything is happening in the right order. This should be happening. If mechanism should trigger and can fire. The thing is, the charge doesn't happen at all. The charge isn't happening with that weapon. Why is the charge not happening with this weapon? Okay, so there should be the fire. Right, now you continue. Weapon fires. And then we get back here and I say 1. 1 should be eject. Right. So the eject comes in. And a charge does not happen. Okay. So why does the charge not happen? These all happen one after the other. So this one didn't even get set, is what it seems. Charge delay didn't even happen. The cycle worked, but the charge did not work. So what's happening there? I'll just put a breakpoint on that. We don't care about that. This thing. I don't know why it breaks. This is like definitely a new thing with Godot, that this breaks. I have been doing this so much in the past, and now it doesn't work anymore. I have to, like, for some reason, click and drag this off to the side. I don't get it. Alright, but that's a 1, so that's an eject. Okay, so the charge timer is not running at all. I'm just gonna leave it a pin, like not pinned. Maybe that's like the issue, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand what's happening here. Why it's being this way. This should just be happening the exact same way every time. I'm setting the charge timer. I'll write it here. Maybe this is what the issue is. It should be getting set to the eject delay, which is going to be 32. And who knows, maybe clicking save on that rifle is like what actually needed to happen. Because Godot is horseshit and doesn't save things that it should save. Okay, we're setting a charge time. I want to see what that is actually set to. Okay, delay timer 0.022. Charge delay would be 60 minus 32. 30, 28. Yeah, seems right. And then cycle time will be set to something. Like, look, it is so bad. I don't understand what's going on with this. And then I'm outside of it. So, alright, well. Take that off. So now the charge timer as a set thing, I'm only modifying it here, right? So is that really what happened? I just needed to set that. I needed to click save on the rifle thing because F Godot for some reason. It just wants to screw with me. Alright, hit continue. Okay, so I don't understand this because this is where the weapon is currently. It's charging here, like immediately. I feel like not enough time has passed. Oh, I guess deltas came in with a very large value. That's a really big delta value, so I guess that makes sense. Alright, whatever. It looks like it's gonna work now. Yes, that's T. And yeah, weapon ticks has everything. Apparently I fired 2 bullets, which is nice. I wanted to see that at some point. So yeah, the fire, eject, charge, fire, eject, charge. Cool. And then I fired 2 more times, so I'm going to take this. So it really was that it just wasn't saving, even though I was clicking save. I was hitting Control S, man. Why does it not save it? Clicking run saves all open scenes, but it doesn't save resources. Sometimes it does. Alright, that's really fast, I think. That's probably way too fast. I probably need to bring that down a lot. Yeah, I can't even count how many times I'm shooting that. So, alright, that's gotta come down. Okay, but why doesn't it save it? When I modify it here, why doesn't it save it? Okay. Let's go back to math. Should it be 650? That's not a good number at all. 640? I could say 0.094. Would this be like 60 times this value? I can do 938. Pretty close to 640. I could do 620. $625, I could do 0.096. Or just 96. Alright, still a little too fast, I guess. But that's really consistent, though. Let's just make it 100. And it's not going to save that. Because... Stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid that it doesn't. I think it only doesn't save because trigger mechanism is a sub-resource, and I have to physically click save to get that one to trigger. Alright, the sound still cuts out, but you know, this is I'm sure better. What's in the debugger? Not enough streams. Yeah. Do I need to give it more than? That's probably all I really need to do. Actually, wait, why is that one tripping up? Where's the... sound? Oh, it's probably part of this. Where it can't get enough of those. Does test do anything? No, test doesn't work. Why does test not work? I don't know. Also, it seems like the recoil isn't... It's pretty slow. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it. I mess with that later. And I don't care about the sound, I'm just making the gun shoot. Alright, so the rifle shoots now. The rifle and the pistol are shooting. purely on timers. So the way that I should test this is by getting a bunch of these zombies to chase me around and then shooting. And see if I guess I can't really mind the overlapping audio, but I guess the audio gives me a pretty good cue. How's a crazy zombie guy doing? I'm going crazier. My patience is wearing out with some of these things. I'm gonna go ahead and make the sound player for this have more streams so it can overlap correctly. 8, I think. Why is there Minecraft music? Because I got Minecraft music playing. It's just how it is. Alright, can I shoot this with overlaps? Okay. I feel like I'm hearing it be weird though. Does it sound like it's out of time? Or is that just like the audio sometimes giving me like a weird noise, or is it really out of time? I can figure it out by turning off some of these sounds. I don't remember which of these are actually... Alright, let me make this one really, really quiet. And then I'm gonna make... this one really, really quiet. And this one really quiet. Save everything. Crazy how bad my internet is. Alright, and I'm going to turn off the distribution stuff. No. Wait, which one? Oh, this one doesn't have any These should be inaudible. These should be inaudible. Alright, let me make it the kick, I guess. I'll do the kick instead. And turn that off. There is a mistiming happening then. Unless... something here. The kick should be like just that noise. That is really quiet, actually. That's really quiet. Let me look at the volume output. That's way too quiet. I can hear it, but it's not showing up on the game audio output. Is this... do I not have sound? That should be showing up. I think I can change this live. Oh. This is no longer in game audio? Oh, it's not. Ah, okay. Well, here's sound. Is that, let me check how loud that is. Kind of loud. Kind of loud, I think. Oh my gosh, that's really silly. Why can't I do that? I'm not supposed to be allowed to shoot there. That's not allowed. Also, I think I've overloaded this weapon a little bit. I think it has way too many bullets for some reason. Did I wait? Have I decided on 40? Maybe I've decided on 40. Actually, I think I decided on 40. Never mind. It looks like it has a lot of bullets. And the bullets rotate the wrong way when they come out, which is kind of silly, but yeah, okay. Eight. And I mean, I guess that goes on the bug list, doesn't it? It goes on the bug list. Should I work on that? No, I shouldn't work on that at the same time. This is a bug. Create a sub issue. Cool. Did that work? Nice. If I had $1 for every dollar I have $0. Okay. Setting queue for 9 minutes and the enemy team banned her first game. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's just gonna happen. Did they balance her at all? And by balance, I mean, did they, like, cut her damage in half, perhaps? And maybe she should do half the amount of damage that she currently does. Okay. Let's go back to sound and fix this. Also, did I turn any of these off? I should not have. Did I? I don't know anymore. I just close these scenes and then go here and reload it. For that. Pistol kick. Okay, so kick had random volume and pitch. I should just be restoring them. I shouldn't be doing that. All right, cool. Oh, those transformers just got fixed. Okay, cool. I was wondering what happened here. This is like a bug that I fixed a while ago. Yeah, good. I guess I'll actually add that. Just so I can have that guaranteed. Oh, this also fixed? Okay. All the dumb random transforms. Right. Okay. You think capture will become truly obsolete? No. Should I bump up the cycle time on the pistol? Because I think right now it's the same. Oh, 100 millisecond cycle time for the rifle. 100 millisecond for the pistol. So technically right now you can shoot it as fast as the rifle can fire. Let's say the guy has like a crazy trigger finger and he can shoot like 200 rounds per minute. Just trigger finger. So I'm going to limit that. Yeah, so 300 milliseconds. For the pistol to cycle before you can fire it again. As far as I'm aware, there's no... I definitely can't flick that fast. I can't flick 200 times per second. I want the pistol. That's definitely not possible for me. Did I say 200 times per second? What am I thinking? Alright, that's as fast as the gun shoots now. So maybe I went a little too crazy. I definitely did. So let's say 300 is, or 200. I guess I'll go until it's about as fast, until I like match how fast I can click, and then I'm going to make it faster. Okay, so I can definitely click faster than that. I'm just going to step down 20 at a time. Someone trained can shoot really fast, so a video of police officer and it hit the same... Well, I mean, did they, like, record how fast he shot? Okay, so I can still click faster than that. I can definitely click faster than that. Are there tricks to shooting quickly? There might be a trick with the trigger to shoot faster. Okay, so I think I can still shoot faster than that, probably. Try it again. I can definitely shoot faster than that. Okay. 140. There might be like a mechanical trick with your finger to shoot faster. Why was I charging in the middle of firing there? You see that? That was a weird animation. The gun went to the side like I was going to charge it. That's a bug. Can I make it happen again? Skyrim is still 30 FPS on the scam switch too. So pistol the trigger can shoot on pulling and releasing? Okay, well without modifying the weapon. Did I hit reload in the middle of it? Like I'm so confused. What did I do? No, that's not what happened. I think I can still shoot faster than this. Oh, it happened. I think I know what's happening there. I'm telling the weapon to charge when it's empty. So it happened at the end every time, but I think that's just probably luck. Just a coincidence that it's happened at the end twice. No, that's actually exactly what it is. So I'm sending that command to charge. I mean, in theory, it should happen at the end sometimes. And it's not really based on how fast I'm shooting, I think. Yeah, so it didn't happen that time. Do I have to click again? Maybe I have to, like, maybe I actually just have to click really fast to make it happen. Interesting. So it was at the end, but it looks like it was like the second bullet. The second to the last one. How does that happen? And it's definitely if I click fast. That's a bug. I'm just gonna call it a bug. New bug. I did it 3 times, and 3 times it was near the end. So I don't think it's just if I click fast enough. I think it's just, it has to be like the second or the last bullet. And somehow I'm doing that. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it too much. I'm just writing it as a book. Maybe I'll get to play in Vendetta now? No. Because even after no one bans it, then you have to take it from your other DPS. So you got to click it faster. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and I kind of messed up. These are supposed to be categorized as bug, too. If I click bugs, there they are. Talking about banning, have you seen the drama about that human horse game? Drama? The anime horse girl game? Is that what you're talking about? Alright, so yeah, I don't know why that happens. I'm still thinking about it, and I need to stop thinking about it. Okay, I need to stop thinking about it immediately, because I don't know. Another horror game. Is it something like Unicorn Factory or something like that? Because I've probably seen that game. Something Factory, I think. It's called Horses. Okay, well, if it's just called Horses, then no, I don't know. Alright. Now to check the shotgun. Or... the revolver's gonna be the hardest one. The shotgun... well, I know, okay, well, first of all, I know the shotgun's definitely not gonna work. It's definitely not gonna work. So I'm gonna go and prep the shotgun so that it might actually work, and then I can check the bugs that I expect to find. So it's not automatic fire. It will have the same delay, I think, as the rifle. Okay, fire. Oh, this is kind of weird. This one that doesn't have like the right. Wow. Okay. This isn't done correctly. How far do I have to push this? So I need to push this to about the 1 mark. So I guess I'll just make this 6.5. I'm gonna drag all this over. Oh wait, that's 100. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Okay, bring it back to 5.5. Actually, just undo it. Just undo it. I'm just going to quit. I'm going to hit quit. It should not have saved the animation. Let's see if the trailer is safe for work. Okay. Okay, so shotgun fire animation has changed. So undo that. The nudity in the trailer is censored. Okay. The thing is with games, Twitch kind of has a thing about games where they need to explicitly tell you that you have to turn on like 18 plus or whatever for you to play the game. So I think as long as the trailer isn't like actually just porn, then I don't need to worry about it. But if I think the trailer's bad, then I will stop it. So. Alright, fire animation. Okay, so I was kind of wrong. It is supposed to be like 10 milliseconds. I was getting the size of these numbers incorrect. I thought 0.1 was 10 milliseconds. That's 100 milliseconds. So I was quite off. All right, yeah. We're just deleting that line. And then fire delay right there. Go to the charge. So this should be round unloaded. Round ejected is no longer an option anymore. It's round unloaded. Into reload just picks it up. Out reload just puts it down. Reload, that's all fine to be animation. Round unloaded, charge, that's all fine. Yeah, it's more just the fire and making sure that I'm not using eject anywhere. Which I believe the only place that eject could have been called was here. Unload is special, so yeah, unload, charge, that's fine. Snop, I don't know. I'll link it and you watch it off screen. If it's a game trailer, I can just stop it if I think it's bad. Unless it's like like I said, unless it's like advertised as like a porn game, then I shouldn't have to worry about that. For my side. They thought it would be a good idea to have kids as horses. They said they removed it. Steam? Okay, well if it's a banned game, then no, I'm not gonna... Yeah. I thought it was like... I didn't think you were talking about a game that was banned from sale. So yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna watch that. Somehow the whole talk of ban just escaped my mind and I totally forgot that we were talking about ban. I didn't connect the dots there. I can't. I won't play that. I won't even watch it off screen. I'm not interested in messing with that. Plus, I think Steam is kind of reasonable with bans, so I'll just believe them. I'll take their word for it. Don't run it. Yeah. Okay, I think the only thing I changed was the fire animation. Please just save normally. Okay. Okay. It's literally a dice roll. Every time a pop-up appears from Godot, it's like, does this crash? Will this crash it? Who knows? No, I changed more than that because I changed... I'm just gonna click save on them all. I don't know. Some of these had an emit eject when it should have been an unload, and it's crashed. It's crashed. It may not look like it's crashed, but I promise you Godot is crashed. So I'm going to close it, and I'll see you in 20 seconds when it closes. Alright, we're back. Yep, 20 seconds. Just about 20 seconds. If I know my frame math correctly. Actually, maybe that was like 10 seconds. Unbelievable, man. I can't believe that. What did they do? What did they do? Why are pop-ups like crashing? Maybe it's just tooltips, because I think, okay, I'm not gonna try it because it's gonna happen again. I think what might be happening is if I hover the save icon, it tries to show a tooltip that's like saves the file, because for some reason I need a tooltip for that. I don't know what's going on with that. I think I do there's probably just some actual bug in the engine right now that needs to be fixed. But I don't know what they could have changed for that. Alright, anyway, I think even though it crashes, it still like gets through the save process. I'm gonna try saving this again. Okay. And then I guess I will check to see what's changed. Okay, they say they'll all have changed. Whatever. Whatever, I don't care. What do they do? Why does the full resource actually change? Because I'm basically clicking save on the same file. What modifies? Did they store a timestamp for some reason? Because they're crazy? Do they just store a random number for fun? So even if you do nothing and just click save twice, it will like, it actually writes something different. Okay. Now to get this set up. So there is no charging, there is no ejecting. There is a cycle time. So the cycle time I think used to be like animation bound. So I guess I could say it's like, I'll make it the whole length of this, so 550 milliseconds for the cycle with a 10 millisecond delay, which is less than a frame. So if you less than a physics frame. A physics frame is like 15 something. I'm testing the shotgun. Okay, it auto-charged. But all that I expected to work already. It's mostly going to be the firing. I am seeing it switch to non-live, which is only a fire thing. What happens if I shoot the zombie right now? I think he just... Oh, he is T-posing. I don't think anything happens. Yeah, because this would have killed him. Okay. Let me turn the zombie on and just double check that. I'm actually firing bullets. Definitely shooting bullets. Where's that shell though? Oh. Why is it not automatically charging at the end of the shot? That's interesting. Why is it not charging at the end of the shot? That would imply there's a problem with the animation sequence, because fire is supposed to run through charge. Yeah, fire runs through charge. So it's not doing that? Why isn't it doing that? Was it working before I reloaded? It's not charging. Bro. Wait, no, this is really weird because it was working. It was working. And now it's not working. I was watching it work. I was watching it work. Why is it not working? Does it not charge if I don't have bullets? It should have charged. So let me pick up bullets. And now I will shoot. No, I don't know what's going on there. Now that's working. So I reloaded and then it started working. I charge, fire, and then I should charge again. That's what should be happening. I can go from charging to firing, but I think this is just there so that I can shoot quickly without transitioning to walk or idle first. So if I'm mid-charge, I can click again and go straight back. But fire has to come back. Fire has to come back. I don't... Why does fire not come back? Because that can only mean that fire isn't ending. The animation doesn't end and doesn't perform the transition that it's supposed to perform. But reloading made it work. So is this just a case where the first time you pick up the shotgun, if you haven't reloaded yet, it's not going to operate correctly? See, it's skipped from fire to idle. So it didn't run through the charge animation. Or shit. Straight up crap. Why? That doesn't make any sense. That's not possible. I don't allow teleports. The only way to get out of fire is to go to charge. You can't skip animations. There's no skipping. The only way to come out of fire is to go through charge. So why does it teleport? Because that's what's happening. It's teleporting. I could believe that charge... See, charge delay is not 0. Does it think I have a charge time set here? There's no... It's not there. Hit save. Hit save. Because reloading makes it work. It suddenly starts working after I reload. No, that doesn't make any sense, man. The animation has to play charge after I fire. It can't skip. It can't skip. It's skipping the charge. Why are we skipping charge? That's not possible. It's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to be possible. There's nothing here about that. So weapon scene. Am I teleporting? So if I call go to fire... No, I just call go to fire. I don't call anything else. I guess I'll look at the... Because I think, yeah, I use travel everywhere. So... I will print... I'll just do this. If immediate... Also, I did the wrong thing. This should be back here. Tell me what's happening. Traveling to idle. We did not travel to fire. Interesting. I think what's happened there is I'm not traveling to the fire animation. Maybe that's what's happening. I'm not traveling to the fire animation. Okay. So I traveled to charge, and then I instantly fire without traveling to the fire animation. But so I'm guessing if I hit the button to load, which I can charge the shotgun anytime I want. Okay, now it should operate correctly. Yeah, okay. So I'll just categorize that as a bug. Throw it in as a bug. Okay. Also, I can't even, like, set the type, so. Vendetta banned 4 out of 4 games. Cool, awesome game, yeah. Honestly, they should, if they wanted to add bans, they should have just copied Marvel Rivals all the way. Each team gets 1 save, and then you have your ban. Like, they should allow 1 save. They should have just, if they were going to copy Marvel Rivals, they should have just copied it all the way. Let people save a character before the ban phase. Has Zarya been banned? Is Zarya getting banned? Now that Vendetta is taking up a ban slot? Honestly, I can't believe they didn't learn their lesson from Venture. Vendetta is basically Venture Part 2, but you don't get shields and you can't be invulnerable underground. Like, that's all they did, and, like, they still have the problem of, like, movement and just doing too much damage. Okay. I'm just gonna say the shotgun works. I'm just gonna say the shotgun works. Alright. The next one is the bolt rifle. So the bolt rifle operates... It's literally a shotgun. It's literally just a shotgun. It is so similar in, like, the mechanism. It's... Yeah. Bolt rifle here. So charge needs to be round unloaded. Yes. So I'll go ahead and very carefully save charge. Because I think I might know what it is. I think hovering over save as is what kills it. Save as kills it. So I can't save as. Yeah, so same thing here. 10 millisecond delay on the fire. And I could even choose to make it a lower delay for the fire on some of these. You know what? Let's say that. Let's actually make the bolt rifle shoot slightly faster than any other weapon available. So I'll say 5 milliseconds. I said slightly, you know, that's twice as fast, essentially. Oh well. No eject, no charge. Cycle, so this is between consecutive presses. I guess it doesn't really have a cycle time. The shotgun also doesn't have a cycle time. So should I just set the cycle time to be 0 for the shotgun? I probably should do that. Alright, let me test it out with this one. I do have a minimum time. But it's not quite correct. Because I'm allowed to have it be 0. It is allowed to be 0. Let me look at single fire. Kind of open the script. Edit. Edit. So should trigger is weapon triggered and is ready. If automatic fire, turn true, otherwise return released. So you have to release, and you are animation bound, both to the shotgun and the bolt. Because those have to be manually cycled. That's the real part of it, or manually charged. You have to play an animation between shots. Should trigger. Alright, so let me double check how this works. So we check if the mechanism is ready, and then we check if the weapon can fire. So can fire needs a live round or reserve, which is only for the revolver. So as long as yeah, so the cycle time has to be at least as long as the weapon fire delay. So I guess I can set it to 0. No, that's fine, actually. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I guess the only issue with the cycle time is that... No, because input buffering still does that. Let me look at how... Let me check input buffer. Weapon node updates. Triggered. Fire ready. Fire ready and fire primary is triggered. Fire ready. Okay, so this basically means I've released the button. Then I can trigger. And input handling is turned on. Fire ready. Yeah, okay, so fire ready doesn't actually turn it off. I think fire ready turns off when? If we could not fire the last frame, force a trigger reset for fire primary. Oh, right, this is like pause menu stuff. Okay. So you can't like click into the window and instantly fire your weapon. You have to release the mouse first before you, when you click into the window. Which currently it also automatically pauses if your mouse leaves. Whatever. Yeah, that's what that's there for. Oh, wow. I got hit. Oh, man. Where am I? What was I even checking? I was checking to see if I can just set cycle time to be 0. Yeah, whatever. Just allow myself to set to 0 and I'll see what happens if it's 0. I'll just see what happens. Alright. 0. With a 5 millisecond delay. I think I fixed the animations already, because I have it open. I'll just check again anyway. But I think I did. Round unloaded. So I'll go ahead and hit save on this one because I know that was changed. Fire. I'll go ahead and hit save on this one because I know that's changed. And then into reload. I think these are just moving the weapon. I think it's detached magazine. I meant magazine unloaded. Yeah, okay, so that's all that's happening there. And then I click save on this one. Very precisely. Not moving at all. I wish I could close these. It's really annoying that I can't like actually close those. I guess I kind of can close them, but they technically stay open. Alright. So that's been updated. This should work as it is. So I'll just shoot. We fired. And we charge. Awesome. That's perfect. That's what should have happened. Now, why the shotgun doesn't work that way, I don't know why. Because the round was not chambered when I picked this gun up, but the shotgun breaks for some reason when I do that. Let me just double check again. So it should travel the charge and then fire. Yeah. So it looks like the charge ended and then it tried, I think 3 more times to travel the charge. For some reason. I guess it's part of like input buffer or whatever it was. And then it hits fire. And I know for a fact that when I hear it, the sound is the bullet firing. Those happen at the same time. Those are coupled tightly. Yeah, weird. Does the rifle do something with firing? Nothing. It doesn't even do anything with animation. I guess kind of right there, but weird that the shotgun doesn't work. They should behave the same. It could possibly just be an animation timing thing. But let me set the cycle time to be 0 on the shotgun and see if that might actually be it as well. Because technically that is true. The shotgun has no cycling. It's just a fire delay. Nope, didn't work. Interesting. Interesting. So it is specifically something unique with the shotgun, which I don't understand because these are the same thing. They are the same thing. I can't think about it. I can't think about that. The normal rifle, the bolt works. The bolt works right away, which is weird, to be honest. Not sure how. Inaccuracy 0.3? I think that's helped by aiming, right? Okay, apparently I don't... What is this? Oh, how much of an effect ammo type spread has in this weapon? So it matters if the ammo type already has spread. Right. So the spread is already really, really low. And maximal clustering too. Okay. Is there a point at which I look at this and I just assume that it works correctly? Because I keep doing this. I've done this. I just realized I do this a lot. I see something like ballistics inaccuracy 0.3, and I have to like immediately go verify that that's correct. I'm like, wait, is that right? I need to stop doing that, right? I am the only one who's worked on this game. You know, this part of the game at least. I should just see the stuff and not be thinking about that. That's probably like... I mean, it absolutely is affecting like my ability to do anything because I keep looking. I look at this stuff and I'm like, wait a second, let me go check that that's right. I mean, I guess the description helped me. If how much of an effect ammo type spread has in this weapon. So it's 30% of whatever the ammo type's spread is set as. Oh. Alright, bolt is good. The only thing left is the revolver, which that might be a total disaster. The revolver might be a disaster. Revolver. Check the mechanism. I think it actually should be. Oh, because of the function of the revolver, this actually is really fast. The trigger is very light. There is no cycle. There's none of that. It's just a delay. And that's all I should have to do there. I have to click save on everything 3 times, otherwise I can't, because I can't trust Godot to ever save anything. Open the scene. Click tree first and then player every time. I don't know if anyone's been picking up on that. That is important, because otherwise the animations don't display correctly on the model, unless I do that. Alright. Rotate cylinder, emit charged. Right, okay. Eject rounds. Magazine unload. Very funny. Eject to reload. Eject to unload. Emit charge. Oh, this is getting really weird looking. Fire double. Double action fire. This is just that. Right, so the fire delay does depend on the state of the weapon. So if the gun is charged, I guess it is the charge part, right? We emit charge at the end of that animation. And then this will trigger the fire delay thing, which apparently I've set to 5 milliseconds, which this is like 30 milliseconds later. So, and I think I also figured that I can't put the function at the end, because otherwise it will never happen. I'm not going to touch that. Something weird is happening, for sure. Emit fired, so I'm gonna be deleting that. Fire empty. There's fire fan. Same thing, I'm just deleting that track. And make sure I save these very carefully. Fire single. It crashed. It's not recoverable at this point. The Godot is totally frozen. Okay. Well, I gotta close Godot, and that means the stream is gonna be like stuck for like 20 seconds because this like obliterates my computer. I don't know why. Closing it is just really hard. Yeah, get ready for the stream to cut out. Oh, that one wasn't really that long, I think. Yeah, that was like 11 seconds. 11 seconds. It tells me 800 frames missed. Actually, it tells me 900 frames skipped, so that's like 15 seconds. Seems like a short 15 seconds, though. I wonder if that's correct. Alright, back to it. So fire single didn't save. So delete that. Fire fan, fire empty. Alright, those all worked. There's fire double, which just calls a rotate, and with it, a totally crazy input, by the way. Like I'm typing in 0.2 and it's like, oh, you mean 2000000000016? No, I mean 2. The thing is, this is saved as a string. Like when this saves, it's a string. I don't know why it tries to like pretend that it's not saving a string. It's literally saving a string to the file. It just like casts it to a float and then casts it back. It like does some like insane float to string conversion, which loves to map out really ridiculous values. Like if you like do a calculation and you want to save that float as a string, okay, do that wild stuff. But if I'm typing in a string, save the string and then create a float from the string. Don't create it, don't cast it to a float and then bring it back to a string to save it. That doesn't make any sense. All right. Any more functions? Like a eject round or something. That I shouldn't even have that. That's like purely script. What happens here? Emit round loaded. Okay. This is just a function. Rotate cylinder. Huh? Why is it 216? Why is it 216? Very strange, but I'm going to fix that weird thing that it does. No function. Unload. I think it's like unload loop start. Round unloaded. Okay, good. That's what I should say. Unload spin. Rotate cylinder 266. What are these like weird values? These are really strange values. Oh, no. It's how long it takes. It's the time. That's the time. Okay. I thought that was like an actual like rotation float. That's just the time. That's why the numbers are all different. It's the time. Okay. So I got rid of all the fire stuff. Revolver has its correct values here. I'm going to assume the animations will save me from being able to fire. It has to have weapon type can fire, which means I believe edit can fire. Trigger mechanism is ready. So it's not actually true. Whatever. I'll leave it. Part of it is that... Okay, I'll do this. I've said before that when you like have the revolver in like the hip fire position, you can shoot it as fast as you can click. That does require it to have a really short cycle time, but it doesn't mean it has to be 0. It can be some value. A value so small that like physically you can do it, right? You can click every time. So I'll just say 10. All right. Revolver. That's funny. The game is trying to save me from grabbing the revolver by making it impossible for me to pick it up. Interesting. So why can I not pick up the revolver? Process is inherit. Process inherit. Mask, player virtual. Monitoring. Collision shape. It's not disabled. So what's the difference between these two then? My layouts are gone. Godot crashed. Why do I keep forgetting pop-ups are the devil, man? Pop-ups are the devil. Godot's froze. See you in 15 seconds, guys. Godot crashed again because I made the mistake of clicking a menu button. and hovering over some of the options. All right. So this is like a genuine new thing with Godot. It's not because I'm like changing how I'm like placing the window in my window manager, which I thought maybe that's what was going on. Like I had it pinned, I have full screen, I have it pinned, not full or not pinned. So it's straight up just some bug with Godot now. That's in 4.5. Which I don't even know how I haven't. It happens a lot now. It's like really consistent. I mean, it's like actually probably like a 10% chance every time I hover over a pop-up that it will crash. Like that's where it's at right now. It's really likely. I'll just leave it pinned actually. I'll see if I don't do anything with the window manager. Maybe it really is the window manager. I don't know. So yeah, area 3D for the bolt is mask 1. Priority, everything is the same. Revolver, everything looks good there. Maybe the pickup has something wrong. It's a bolt, 10 items. Oh, the revolver has been made empty. Okay. Alright. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I'm not sure when that happened. I was going to say, how is it even displaying it? But I guess the visual is different from the physical data type, whatever it is. Okay. But now I can pick up the revolver. So it rotated correctly. I'm going to grab bullets. So if I bring this down. If I go to aim, we should rotate and charge. Cool. I can unload a round. I can reload rounds. Okay. Someone's just gonna shoot. Alright. Now what I wonder is what happens when I shoot in this case. Yeah, that's what I thought I would see. So the fire delay has to be different when... Well, this is like the same thing with the animation, where... Oh, but this is like a double... This is like a... It is a double action fire. The charge has a unique thing for it. Where if I just right click, I can make it happen. Okay. Wait. What? It thinks we're charged. We're not charged. Did I get... Okay, there we go. Revolver is firing a dead round. Please stop showing pop-ups. Oh my god. What's happening? Alright. Seriously, stop. Revolver is firing a dead round. Okay, so... Interesting. Though I'm not sure how the animation has been... I mean, I guess it actually makes sense, right? The animation is just in a glitch state. If I were to swap to a different weapon and pull this out, I think it fixes. Interesting. Okay, so the animation isn't The hammer's in the wrong position. Maybe I'm misremembering how it loads, because I thought doing this would force an animation reset. You can see the wheel rotates because it has to spin quite a ways to get to that point. But that's just UI stuff. Yeah, I think it's just yeah, I think it's just kind of animation glitch is all it is. Alright, I think this is probably too bad to leave. Oh yeah, I have to close Godot now, because you can see what's happening right now with this, with everything. Okay. Godot will happily close without locking my computer for 10 seconds in that case. But if I stop it from Steam because Godot is totally unresponsive, then Godot's like, well, you gotta give me 10 to 20 seconds for that one. Okay. So how can I make the delay different for... I guess one possibility is I can... Right, the revolver weapon? No. There should be a script for the revolver specifically. So let me go find that. Oh, is it this one? Oh, it is this one. Okay. So, weapon resource, which contains within itself the trigger mechanism. So, revolver weapon, depending on the state of the hammer, I can change that fire delay. So then I can kind of make it animation bound a little bit. Though, perhaps what I can do instead is set... For the revolver, you can always pull the trigger when cycled. So this is like can fire. It's not really the same thing. So can fire. What order do we check this in? Okay, so mechanism is ticked before I ask the weapon about firing. I may be able to set up... Here's my thought. Having a double action trigger mechanism, which would make sense to me. What it means is... What it means is the revolver weapon. I guess I can say like something in the init for this. We're just going to go into that trigger mechanism and tell it, hey, you're not ready to fire, you know? It's a different thing. It has to be cycled, and the hammer has to be pulled back. That's when it's ready to fire. Nah, that doesn't really make sense either. Alright, let me check the animation tree for this. So, firing comes from... So fire double is just a short animation that plays. Right. Let me look at this one. So when I do... Here's the thing. You also saw that I could fire it when it was empty. Where's the mistake? Where's the problem here? There's a fundamental problem somewhere. So also start cycle. That's supposed to be actuate. Why does it say start cycle? Yeah, start cycle isn't a thing anymore. I guess because I'm not doing emit fired. Is that where this is happening? Yeah. It's also not updating state. Ooh. Right. So I think the issue is that the mechanism is not correct. The mechanism should probably have that ready to fire state. And the revolver weapon scene, instead of having hammer cocked, it would just read the trigger mechanism and say, you know, your action part, I guess. So if I were to make a double action mechanism, it would essentially just be however many, a model for the revolver. So the model for the revolver means you can pull the trigger anytime, but if the mechanism isn't, maybe I call it actioned. If the action isn't already performed, we need to perform the action, which adds a delay. If the action is performed, then we use the standard delay, the trigger delay. And so then how do I go from charging the weapon to telling the mechanism it's been actioned? Because that's the same effect. Charging the revolver is performing the action. Maybe action's not even a good word. I need like a better generic term. I don't even need that. I can just call it revolver. I can just call it double action revolver mechanism. I can name it that. Okay. I get to take the dog out, and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna grab food. I'll be back. Alright? Be back in a few minutes. I am back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. be back. I'm back. The sun is so low, it's actually shining on me like straight through the window. Wow. I'm not gonna mess with the webcam. It's gonna get dark really quickly, I think. Sun's like right on the horizon. It's only visible right now because it's like underneath the clouds, which is always cool. So I think I kind of wondered why this is a bit weird, isn't it? I have fire double, which can lead to fire empty. Do these use logic? No, these are just at the end. Yeah. Oh no, it favors this one is round live. Okay. So I think I need to get I need to figure out it probably is a case where I should make a trigger mechanism. Should make this a trigger mechanism. And this comes out of this drops out of the revolver. This goes to the trigger mechanism. Maybe this can just be like a variable that reads from trigger mechanism, so I can make it easier on myself to access that. And yeah, can fire comes back from... Can fire. Not sure. Not sure. Dog. The dog is demanding that I pet him. Alright, Red. Go lay down. Go lay down. You're okay. Yeah, this is weird. I'm not, it's not clicking. It's not. Oh, I suppose actuated is where I would do this. I could have like my own. I can change. I can change the fire delay from that. Right? Also, I guess I can also override the tick. Not really. Because the trigger mechanism doesn't. Maybe that's it. Actually, maybe that's it. The trigger mechanism doesn't know if the round is live or not, but I am kind of treating it like it's live. Huh. Is what I should do tell the trigger mechanism that a round is live? Is that what I should do? It doesn't know that. Fire this tick. Pops on. And that means the gun should attempt to fire with whatever this transform is. Process. I guess what it should do is it should be checking if the weapon can fire. If the round is live, is that... So on weapon resource, is there like a function that's like round is live? There's so much. I said this should only happen for the revolver, but the revolver overrides that. I'm gonna get rid of this comment. That comment is bad. It's a bad comment. Yeah, okay, so the mistake might be here with the revolver. Can fire... One second. I'm back. I see the camera frame rate has dropped. Alright, so this is the mistake. Can fire is a bit different. Normally can fire means, what it should mean is the round is live. Hey Dylan, I got a video for you. What kind of video? Watch it. It's there right now. Discord video. I well, I watched it. I can't pull it up because it's like a download only thing. So, but okay, whatever. The funny thing is, there probably are letters that end with Q, or words that end with Q, and he's just saying that. Barbecue? I mean, I think that actually does count, doesn't it? Okay. Wait, wait, what just happened? That's not what I searched. Can I? Maybe it's not a word. You know, I say it counts as a word. The 3 letters together count as a word. It's just pronounced not like it's spelled, like most words in English are. I was trying to see if any of those dictionaries printed it as the 3 letters. They don't. But I say they are. I say that's a word. How do I do this? Can fire. You can always pull the trigger when cycled. Can fire. So here's the issue. Can fire should be returning if the round is live. Not if the mechanism is ready. That's different. So is it just a thing where the can fire is checked later? So when I click, if the mechanism should trigger, I would do mechanism actuated, actuated true. I mean, it's kind of correct, right? It accepts the input. And then on can fire, that's where I say, all right, play the animation. I check if I can fire. Play the animation. So these drop out. Is that a good restructure? Does that make sense? Yeah, because this isn't visual yet, right? The visual stuff depends on things that happen later. All right, so take that out. If the mechanism should trigger, then we will actuate it. And over here, if not played effects, or I guess rather what I would do is I would check if weapon type can fire. And not, well, yeah. Do all that. And then I say updated is on weapon fire. Sorry, back to this one. There we go. If the weapon can fire, then I do this. I do all of this. If I haven't played effects, I play effects, and I do weapon scene go to fire, trigger sound, trigger particle, all that. Though maybe I say go to fire here. No, because this is like it's all raw, actually. This is incorrect. So I think this part's still right, but I'm gonna play the scene. I do this. I don't really like that, but I think this is where I have to do it. This will start playing any animations, depending on the current state of the weapon. And then I start my timers with actuated. And then I wait for when the fire tick happens, and I'll play the fire. Actually, you know what? You know what? Take that back out. the mechanism should trigger. Put this back. I'm figuring it out. So now the trick is the mechanism has to say, fire this tick. This is different, right? Go to fire, should have all the information at that point. It should have all the information at that point. Fire this, whatever, right? So the difference here is that fire this tick is not going to be true. Fire this tick won't happen. Yep, the mechanism actually does know if the round inside is live. Because the mechanism operates on the assumption that the bullet's going to go off. Gas is going to happen, and that's going to, like, make all the pieces happen to cycle the weapon. So if the round isn't live, we're not going to fire, we're not going to tick, we're not going to eject, we're not going to charge. If the round's not live. But we can still actuate it. Perhaps there would be maybe a mechanism dry fire. And that can do something like just playing a click sound, right? Most weapons, that's what happens. That's the sound. Yeah. The mechanism should be informed about the presence of a live round. It should be informed about that. So when I charge the weapon, if I do chambered round live is true, the mechanism's got to know about that. And it looks like it's always going to happen, right? Weapon cannot be chambered. Okay. And for now, every weapon is chambered. So I do this. Trigger mechanism. I'll just simply have like a live value here. Okay. So at this point, I don't really care if tick doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, I guess it does. Fire this tick will be live. And Same thing with this one. Fire this tick is live. Well, I guess let me say this. When I start the action, that one should be live. But let me say this. Actually, no. Let me do this. If the round is not live, then all we're going to do is we're going to run the cycle time. We're going to run the cycle time, and, well, no, I think so the eject the eject round, I believe, does the extra check that there must be an ejectable round, right? Right, it does the extra check that there must be an ejectable round. So, and then charging, I think also does the check that it can charge. Okay. So, fire this tick is only if it's live. So it's the same thing, right? Fire this tick is just going to be set to live. That's all it is. The round is live, we can fire. And then I guess probably what I should say is I guess at the end of the cycle time is when I say no, because charge timer will come in. Essentially, if I hit this step, okay, I've got it. If I hit this step, I do a check. So if we were live, then fire this tick is true. That's it. And we will set ourselves to not be live either. Not live anymore. We flip it off. Otherwise, I'm going to clear all the timers. But I'll leave cycle running. I'll leave cycle to run. That's the ticket. If the round wasn't live, skip, eject, and charge. Okay, because those operate under the assumption that the round was live. Dogs gotta go out. Danilin. Wait 1 second, Rat. I gotta take my dog out. He's freaking out. I'll be right back. Is brain an option? Can I say having a brain? being intelligent. That's what I pick. I pick intelligence. I'm back. Yeah, I realize how that sounded immediately now, but that's intelligence. You need to have something between your ears. You don't gotta be smart. You just need to be intelligent. Alright, what do I do for cycle time? I guess I leave cycle time as it is. Perhaps what I do is I would just say, well, I don't need to add that to the cycle time. Well, there's also, okay, there's also this. If I delay is 0, And yeah, I need to skip this stuff. So fire this tick is live. I guess I would say what do I say here? If fire this tick is true, alright, let's do this. If live, fire this tick is true, and live will be false. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. I do not change live. Live is for other people to change. If I'm not live at this point, but I would have instantly fired. Then what I need to do is I need to set cycle time. Yeah, if cycle time is not 0, then assign it. And I return right there. That's as far as I get. I don't set eject or charge. But there's always a return there. Okay. And I let the weapon get back to me whether on when that fire happens. Trigger mechanism live is true. Same thing there. Trigger mechanism live is true. Then I guess that's it. So I do this. I would do live is not false. But the timers would have already been started. So those are already in motion. Because I get to fire projectiles because I already ticked the fire time. If we're not chambered, should only happen for the revolver. And then mixed reserve, we treat that as, well, the shotgun's chambered. All the weapons but the revolver are chambered. And I say this should only happen for the revolver. This doesn't happen for the revolver. I believe that's... yeah, it's overwritten. So. Another thing that I need to take out of there should only happen for the revolver. So this is a non-chambered. Maybe I should just say all weapons are... well, maybe not all weapons are chambered. I don't know. But this comment should go away. One second. I'm back. Oh, screen's really bright. Okay. So if the run is live, fire the stick. If the run wasn't live, skip ejection charge. Down here. If live, fire the stick is true, we'll still do the timers. If it was not live, do not set eject or charge timers. We just do the cycle time and we leave it there. Right? Okay. So this should prevent me from firing, physically firing, or not running. Yeah, this should be the the revolver patched. It should be. The revolver should be patched. So I should be able to shoot. It played the animation, but it didn't fire. It also thinks we're charged, which is wrong. Alright, so what's going on there then? Everything is correct. Weird. Should I do stuff like this? I was looking at it closer on the stream. Nah. But now it's never firing. Oh, I guess because the revolver weapon has to tell it when it's live. Right, okay. So... Right, and then I was going to make this essentially a new mechanism. Which I think just means actuate. When I call actuate, I have a second timer that's like the double action time. Or I guess action time. So if I haven't performed that step, then I add that to the fire delay. If I have performed that step, then I just use the normal fire delay. Okay. That's my idea. The revolver will use a... Can I type? It inherits from trigger mechanism. So I'll just do this. A single fire double action trigger mechanism. Single fire double action trigger. Also, this comment's wrong. Activates the particle and sound on each fire. That just shouldn't be specified there. That just shouldn't be specified there. Okay, so double action mechanism needs to have something that... This is where the revolver doesn't track this. It just uses a double action mechanism, but there needs to be a generic name for the revolver to check if it's ready, like the hammer is pulled. I guess I can call it primed. Something like that. Grok? Grok blocked me. How? How can it do that? I think I gotta fix webcam actually. It's actually kind of broken right now. That's the best I can do, I guess. You sent too many messages today already. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll call it primed. And I can set that from specific animations, which is essentially a charge animation. I set primed to be true. So then I think I have to override actuate. And actuate will just simply, or actuated, will simply do the extra step of setting the cycle time Well, man, I guess I actually know that there's no ejector charge, so I guess that actually gets a bit easier. So I'm just going to start by copying this whole thing, and I think I am just going to override the whole method. So there's no offset. There's only if primed, then delay will be fire delay. Or I guess it would be action delay. If we are primed, then delay will be just the fire delay. You know what? I would like to take this out. Delay will be action delay plus fire delay. And actually, yeah, it's gotta prime itself, right? So if I click to pull the trigger, I have, well, I guess it just operates single action. So it is just both of them added together, and that's all it is. This will be var action delay. How long is fire double? $200 milliseconds. Okay. What is it? If the mechanism skips the action delay on the next actuation. Okay. So delay will be those. So the fire delay or action delay plus fire delay. If delay is empty, if it's live, fire the stick. If it's not, there's not a cycle for this one. The weapon doesn't cycle like that. It's different. So we're just done at that point. If there is a delay, then we're doing that. We don't do any of those. And I do leave... I mean, actually it's not any of that at all. So yeah, it'll just be delay timer. There's gonna be delay over that. And that's all ignore. And I guess what I can do is I can have a the thing to hide those. Property list, validate property. Eject delay, charge delay, cycle time. What is it? Property. Hint. Usage. Usage none. Usage equals 0. Yeah. Usage equals 0. All right. So if I open up a revolver and I change this to a double action, nice, I just get action and fire. Okay, 5 millisecond. So it'd be action duration. It's all a bit weird how they like specify this stuff. They say single action when you pull the trigger and it pulls the hammer back for you. They say double action when you have to pull the hammer and then you can pull the trigger. But I'm trying to talk about it in the sense that the whole thing is double action. It's just that pulling the trigger can also pull the hammer, if it's not already. So if we are primed, delay is fire delay. If we're not primed, delay is action duration plus fire delay. And then everything happens the same way. If we are live, if delay was nothing, and we are live, fire the stake. Yeah. Yeah, same thing. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Right, revolver needs to set that as being primed. Weapon. It's still a bit weird, but you can always pull the trigger. And then this is gonna change. This is gonna have a get, which is going to return the value of trigger mechanism primed. And in this case, trigger mechanism needs to be a double action mechanism. And I can't really force it to be double action, but it needs to be double action. So you know what, I'll do this. Otherwise, I'm just running that value. And be set. Otherwise, it's just this one. Okay. Can charge. Charge weapon. And then down here, when we fire, unprime. Okay. Is that it? Does it just work, trademark? All right. Okay. All right, I got 3 of these. Yeah. Okay, revolver UI, UI, weapon, revolver. Well, I already have the thing open, so I just changed that. That was the line. And then I have weapon, scene, revolver. Use this a few places here. And it should be using this value. I'm not sure why it's not. Oh, because I'm setting it. No, this doesn't happen. So, this doesn't happen. Yeah, this doesn't happen. Emit fired is literally not called, so that doesn't happen. That straight up doesn't happen. I only check it like 2 places. Oh, I think this is here so I can check it from the animation side. Never mind. I was gonna change the name of it, but I think it's there because of the animation side. All right. Okay. Will the revolver shoot correctly? Huh. Charging, it did nothing. I clicked and nothing happened. That's really weird. That's really weird. Why did nothing happen? Why did nothing happen? That's strange. I clicked and nothing happened. Oh, because trigger mechanism should fire has to be written. Right. Update trigger and should triggered. Right. Yeah, that's my fault. So it's gonna be pretty similar. You're still gonna have the release function of this. So yeah, really, this is all gonna be really similar here. A few differences though. Yeah, mainly that this needs to be set here. This needs to go up here. And then single fire, yeah. If should trigger, I return released. Is ready. Well, yeah, if weapon triggered is ready, I don't really check. I mean, yeah, I think for this one I'm saying that I don't want a cycle time. It's just a delay. But I guess in this case, is ready means that I have to wait for the delay timer to read 0. The delay timer has to read 0. Reset. Does that typical stuff? Okay, cool. All right. Interesting. So it always thinks it's primed now. Which is strange. Oh, I guess part of this might be a bug with well, first of all, it didn't fire. That one I don't understand. Oh, right. I have to set live whenever the cylinder rotates. So anytime I change the is round live, cylinder ammo state, cylinder position. So anytime I change cylinder position, what is this? That's loading. I guess cylinder ammo states. No, I think it's anytime I change the cylinder position. What's going on? Oh, I think because it's not live, it's never actually... Oh, that's really weird. No, the animations are supposed to play based on whatever the state is. It's their responsibility. But anytime I change the cylinder position... Yeah, I have to set... Is round live? What? For revolver scene to ask if the round in position is live. Revolver scene to ask. I mean, no, it's not. That's not. It's just if the round in position is live. Yeah, anytime I change this. Yeah, so this would be mechanism live is 0. 0 false. Jeez. Actually, I guess I could just call... Oh, this is interesting. I can actually just do your rotate. Fall deferred with 0 and false. That's the same thing that's happening here. And then I would do mechanism live equals is round live. It's getting there. It is getting there, but slowly. I should have been told that's live. Ooh, okay, so double action didn't work. It's a little weird. So double action is kind of working, but this fails. That fails to happen. The hammer... It plays the animation, but it doesn't fire. I think it's because... the double action... Oh, this is a weird thing. Okay, so... This is a weird thing. What should happen is... when I fire... I come through weapon node first. I go up here first. Oh. So I take the mechanism, double action. Tick does whatever it does. Actuate comes in here and says, if we're not primed, do this delay. And then the delay was 0, whatever. Delay timer. Delay timer starts going. The animation does something probably incorrect. What should happen is I click to actuate. If it's not primed, it needs to prime it. So I think what this means is it needs to do some call out to essentially say, hey, weapon, like I'm priming. Because I believe what currently happens is I run fire double. And I do rotate cylinder. So rotate cylinder calls. What does this specifically do? Made this one. It calls rotate cylinder here. Which is purely an animation thing. But I wonder if what it does is it doesn't actually update the cylinder position until after that animation completes. Rotate cylinder. Apply on N. False. Okay. So okay. Apply rotate cylinder. Revolver rotates cylinder. I guess I should look at where rotate cylinder is called. Should be dot rotate cylinder. Only place. So because that's set to false, it won't do anything. Interesting. Okay. So this emit charged has to come back out because I believe I set it to 200 milliseconds. So that means currently the emit charged has to come out and tell us that we've been charged, which will then do stuff. So this one, I think I'm kind of fine with it being a little bit on animation. But I think perhaps what it really means is that when I run through the double action fire, if I go to fire on the tick, what I actually need to do is I need to charge. I need to charge first. So specifically, I need to charge the tick before. Or I guess what I could say is I could leave this a little bit on the animation and just make it happen sooner. That's an option. I can make it happen sooner, though. You know, it's pretty near the end. I could make the double action. No, the double action needs to charge as part of its thing. It needs to do that. Alright, so I guess what I'm really looking for is to then totally change how tick works. Totally change how tick works. Because I want an extra... I mean, I guess what I could do is I could put in a piece right here that says, you know, call into a child one. The thing is, the order is that it always uses the delay timer, and then it uses the eject timer, and then it uses the charge timer. Maybe this should move the single fire. No. Okay, it really just is the case that I would really like to maybe I do something that's like child tick or extended tick, which just has the opportunity to use up some of the delta time. No, because I think what it really is I may want to put things... I want to do this in like a different order. Alright, I'm just going to do this. Like, I can't think of a better way to do this. So I'm just going to override it in the double action. And yeah, just go from that. So there can be fire this tick. There's never going to be an eject. I will use charge. So there's delay. There's no eject. But there will be a new timer. So instead of delay timer, I'll have an action timer. I guess prime timer. So this will essentially go up here. And instead I will do prime timer. Charge this tick will be set to true. So I use the prime before the charge. And then what that means is it will go to the revolver and tell the revolver, hey, you need to charge. And that will call back eventually to here, which will set prime to be true. Which isn't really necessary because it's not even checked, but that's the case. And then delay, if it was live, fire this tick. Charge will also, of course, rotate the cylinder, which rotating the cylinder will update the live round. Okay, so here's a problem. What if yeah, what if is this a problem on everything actually? It wasn't a problem before because charge would happen after. No, this is a problem. Oh wow, it is a problem. This, I can't check this until I've left the tick. And it matters a lot. It matters a lot that this is the correct value. Or that this is read after charging has had a chance to happen. It's not a problem if I call charge right away, is it? Maybe firing, I have to wait for the physics tick, but charging... Charging, I don't really have to wait, but then that's still a problem. Because fire this tick requires that a charge happened. So if there's a large delay, Yeah, live could be true for several ticks in a row, and it won't update. Damn it. Okay. So this doesn't work. Maybe I always call fire this tick, but then depending on weapon charging, I check if the mechanism is live after I possibly do weapon charging. And then I would say, that's so spaghetti. Oh my gosh. Can I just make this like, can this just not be bad? Can it not be stupid? Can it not be stupid? Is there a way to make this not stupid? Alright. I'm not as smart as I thought I was. That's a joke. Where is it? I don't know. I'm mad now. I made a mistake. And now I see the mistake I made. This live thing doesn't work at all. I just want it to be in one spot. What's the issue? Right? This needs to happen all in one place. But I don't want any management. If I think about how the mechanism works, you know, from a true hardware perspective, you have the weapon, and then inside there is just that trigger, right? That trigger does everything. It's like the logical mechanism of how the weapon functions when it fires. And it needs to know if the round that it's trying to fire is live. I guess when I call fire this tick, it's just too spread out. It's too spread out. I have three different classes managing this thing. That's not right. The weapon node is just meant to be like an interface where I call fire the weapon, update the trigger, melee the weapon, right? Like that's what I do. I don't care what weapon is, just do it. And then the weapon node says, all right, cool, I got you. I have a scene, I have a logical weapon. I tell the weapon scene what to do, I tell the logical weapon what to do, right? That's what it does. Now, that's fine. I think that's correct. That's the way it should go. Because weapon node can have any weapon in it, but it needs to manage all that loading and synchronization stuff. But it should be out of its hands at some point. It tells the weapon scene, do your thing. It synchronizes the state, so it tells the weapon scene about the current state of the true logical weapon, and the weapon scene can do its animations appropriately. And then it tells the logical weapon, all right, do your thing. So this is where the mechanism, manipulating the mechanism from the weapon node is incorrect. It doesn't do that. The weapon node should not be touching the mechanism at all. This is all wrong. Right? What it should do is just it can synchronize states, so this is kind of fine. It checks the mechanism, then it tells the weapon scene about something that happened. maybe this is fine. I don't know. I don't really like it. The issue is when I get down here. I can have a delay large enough that fire, eject, and charge all happen. And in fact, they don't even... This order isn't really even correct either. Because what can happen is I have a large delta that will charge and then fire. Like, that's the order I want us to happen. I want it to charge and fire. So I guess what it should be is when I tick, I will tick, then I ask the weapon, are you triggered? And I synchronize it with the weapon type and the mechanism and the weapon scene. It synchronizes everything. And it says, all right, let's go. It says weapon scene, fire, mechanism, fire. And then eventually it's going to go to the weapon type later on and tell it to do something. So I think what this means is what should happen here is it should say, it should ask mechanism, all right, what do you want me to do? And in what order? You want me to eject, then fire? You want me to fire, eject, and charge? You want me to charge, eject, fire? Like, whatever the mechanism wants to do, it just needs to save this here and synchronize it either immediately or later or whatever, right? If we want to eject this tick, then okay, we will eject this tick. So it would say, I mean, this one's maybe a bit dumb to do there, because I can just call around ejected right away. That's probably what it should do. This doesn't need to be in physics tick. You should probably just do it right away. So it would say, all right, let's eject the round immediately. The order matters too. The mechanism can have an order that matters. All right. So instead of doing fire, eject, whatever, the mechanism can have different actions, and the order of those matter. So I think what this really means is I shouldn't be doing booleans. No booleans. Instead, I'm going to have a list of things. I return the list of things in an order. And that list will be cleared here, and we append to it as things happen. Yeah, that's what it should happen. Okay. One sec. Toggle by update input and tick update input. Should be like update trigger. Is that correct? It does do that? Or no, weapon triggered? What? Oh, this comment's a bit wrong. Right. Oh. Alright, so I need a list here. Yeah, I think it'll be like a packed int32 array. And this is a resource. arrays have a bit of a weird thing with those. Yeah, whatever. Then I guess I would just have the enum right here. So I have fire. I don't even care about the name or the values. Fire. Eject. Charge. That's it for now. Just those. And this will be actions clear. And then, so this is where essentially I need to have the charge happen immediately. The charge needs to happen right away. So if the mechanism says it needs to charge, then we have to charge the weapon right then and there. The other thing is I can still build this list out. So live is still wrong. Live is still wrong. I guess what I do then is I just check. If I fire and we're not, that's the thing. I need to say if I fire and I'm not live, synchronization. Synchronization. Set by weapon node. Must be true for fire take. Well, yeah, okay. It's just incorrect to check it there. It is always incorrect to check it there. It's never going to be right. So I don't do that. I don't do that. Live is never a thing that happens. So instead I will do actions, append, action fire. Action eject. Charge. Okay. That's how we do it. Actuated. I guess I just say, yeah. I will add action fire and that's it. And I don't check any of that. None of that. Instead, what I do is I return the actions. Actions to perform on the weapon. Reset. Just clear that. Okay. So now we're good there. Now, I can collect the actions. I guess I could actually just do this. There. If we are doing a fire, then I'm doing this. But I should start... Should it trigger and can fire? Yeah, I guess this is... The visual happens right away. But... This might be incorrect. Because what happens? It goes to... If I say go to fire, the weapon is not charged. I just call it actuate. The state needs to already be synchronized at that point. So the scene needs to already know if the weapon's charged or not. I mean, I guess it does at that point. Right. Yeah. So if I say fire, this needs to happen. If I say but logically I can do this right away. I can do this right now. So I'm just putting off that raycast for later. But this stuff can happen now. I'm confused now. I'm genuinely confused now. These can happen right now. Yeah, okay. So this is gonna be we'll call this a weapon fire Q. Transform 3D. And I'm gonna get rid of this tick stuff. This all drops out. Do I have anything copied right now? No. I clear it. And down here, would call on, I would just call that right away. So those are all going to be called right away. Fire projectile is delayed. Yeah, here's the issue with that, right? I think the weapon fire queue should probably be just some generic thing on the weapon that says fire projectile, which accepts which accepts the information about the ammo and the direction that the weapon was aimed in, and nothing else. And it won't modify the state of the weapon. But what will happen is I will say on weapon fired, and it will do whatever needs to happen there. Yeah. So on weapon fire does some stuff here. So I can apply recoil immediately. This is no big deal. But these specifically need to happen. These calls need to be made up there at the top. And this is updated. Updated. Return updated. Yeah, so weapon resource fire projectiles. Yeah. There should be a question that's like get fire ammo, which will just be this whole thing. So let me check if how many times fire projectiles is used. It's written here just because there was some custom stuff. But yeah, this is not what it's supposed to be, is it? It's not supposed to be this. This should take the from node, the transform, and whatever the weapon deems is the current round to be fired. Right? That's what it should be. And then it would accept that information, not modify the state of the weapon. And when I fire, then that's when I would modify the state of the weapon. I would say, all right, we're going to cache where we're currently aiming. We're going to cache that ammo. And we're going to like send that off to be processed later. But right now, we're going to go ahead and update the state of the weapon after we cache that information and save it for later. Then we update the state of the weapon. We say, all right, now your current round is not live. If you... whatever you need to do, right? Whatever you need to do. So, fortunately, the only place that this is used is by weapon node. Weapon node is the only caller of this. So I have full control over that. So yeah, this now needs to take a third parameter. The from, the transform, and the ammo type. And then which would be an ammo resource. Because, yeah, I just called do projectile raycast right there, which takes in the ammo. And revolver weapon, yes. Fire projectiles should be the same thing. We grab the ammo and then we just call do projectile raycast. So perhaps what it is I should just call do projectile raycast, and this method just changes to a on fire weapon, which can do all of this stuff. I just cut out this part. This part just cuts out. Or I guess what it would really be is... It's kind of like it's kind of weaved in there a little bit. So... But yeah, it's always this do projectile raycast that happens. So I can just run that myself. Hey, Yulia. I can run that myself as well. So... Fire projectiles, or fire melee. Yeah. So I guess what it really would be, it would be like... Gun improvement final indeed, yeah. I really do need to get it done today. How do I want to name this? I feel like I still want to leave it on name fire projectiles, but I think what it should really be is secretly just this method. So fire melee does all this stuff. Fire projectiles does this stuff. Yeah. And then I would rename this one to be something like... I honestly don't even know. I'm gonna do this. Function get... I'll call it get ammo. Get ammo to fire. It will return an ammo resource. And it's really kind of just all of this stuff. Sort of. All right, I'm going to copy this method and then just, because this is like so meshed together, there's not like a clean copy I can just do. So updated ammo, I don't care about that. I get the ammo cache, I get the ammo. If we're chambered, if it's not live, I guess I would say if it's not live. Huh. Actually, I think I don't care. I think I actually don't care there. That all drops out. If not, ammo can mix. Is this an error? If we're chambered, then we get the chambered round type. In fact, this would just be a return at this point. Otherwise, I'm just getting the ammo to fire. So if the ammo isn't mixed, yeah, I guess this probably is a problem. Let me return null there. Mixed reserve size. If the size is less than 0. I guess I'll leave it like that. change this, I guess. Non-chambered, non-mixed. I guess it would be non-chambered, mixed reserve weapon type. The size is 0, then okay. Return null. So in reversed use, I don't do this. I don't do this. I just return that. Otherwise, I am returning this. And I'm not doing any of that. That's it. Okay. Very simple. Now, fire projectiles is going to be a bit different. This should probably be called not even any of this. It should just say it should probably be like cycle weapon or something. Right? This is like I fired it. Let's, you know, like update chamber on weapon fired. So it can do stuff. Revolver weapon does something here where it essentially is just doing all this. So I guess I could just call this like fire round. Right? Fire round seems better. So I'm going to rename this to fire projectiles. Because that's correct. That's the name of that. And this should be on round fired. And this doesn't care about any of that. This doesn't happen. It doesn't do that. If we are a... I don't care about... I guess I can... I would call this like round fired, actually. I'll call it fire round. So it's like load rounds, unload rounds, that, updates chambered round, returns true if the ammo state changed. If we are chambered, I don't care about that. But this would be an error firing a non-live round. Trigger mechanism. Live. So I guess now it's probably correct, right? Now it's correct? No, it's still not correct because I can do multiple updates in a row without... So yeah, I still can't... I cannot use live. That is not an option. Can't do that. I can't do that. Firing a non-live round. Bring a preserve non-gibberish weapon. If reverse use, I'm just deleting that, right? I don't care if there was no ammo. Get reserve total. Out of ammo emit. Update ammo. Okay. Okay. Fires melee raycast. Okay. All right. Now, this basically changes to this literally changes to fire round, and I don't get any of that information. I'm not checking that. Well, I do have to do this. So this is get ammo to fire. Okay. I'm just going to copy this whole thing because it's kind of crazy. Actually, this one's really easy. Never mind. It is literally just return this. This is all it does. It's just the ammo that's currently in position. Fire round. I'm not checking any ammo at all. I'm not checking ammo. For debugging, firing a dead round, whatever. And then all this happens. And we do stuff. Trigger mechanism alive is still plainly incorrect to ever do. Okay. Now weapon node needs to work with this. So on weapon fire is going to be the logical stuff behind the weapon firing, but it's not going to be the projectile part. The projectile part does not happen here. So I think the only reason I have on weapon fire returning a boolean here is because of this case. Yeah. So in the fire queue, I will get an ammo and a transform. I think I can create a bound function. So the thing is with bound functions is they're kind of messed up. They're genuinely kind of messed up because they like cache themselves for some reason. To like stop me from making two functions with the same parameters. Which is possible. That can happen. I can fire the same weapon. I can fire the same ammo at the same place from the same direction. So the fire queue needs to have it just needs to take the current ammo and the thing. So to fire. So I won't call on weapon fire. I do some checks down here. I essentially just pull this out, really. So I pull this out. This no longer happens there. That can't happen here. This doesn't return a boolean anymore. And yes, from node happens there too. Okay. What's the issue here? Weapon fire queue clear. Cool. And then on weapon fire shouldn't be taking a fire transform. It doesn't need that. Right? This is logical stuff happening, right? So logical stuff happens in there. Right. So then all of this happens right here. Right there. So I mean, I guess I can just write this up here. This can signal input, which turns off. What the hell? What is that comment? What is that comment? I think I had it written here. This can signal an empty weapon. Ah, right. So this is where I would say, oh, which way does it go? Turn it on here. Signal empty weapon can turn it off. Okay, right. So is that right? Is that right? I'll have to see where this was written. Let me just do a to-do. Fire around. And then I guess actually I just write weapon type fire around. If it's if it's not melee's primary. Do that. And this can signal the weapon, which turns off recoil rise. So I think that's what that comment is meant to be for there. Let me look at the diff of this file. And I'm going to restore this file because that's just stupid. Nothing has changed there. And I'm going to be very, very careful when I type this out. Okay. I guess same thing with this one. It's gonna be shotgun though. Are we done with random animation tree movements? Okay, good. A weapon scene. Bolt rifle. Oh, is this like the random transformation fixes? Yeah, it looks like it to me. Okay, I'm adding that one. Oh, what is this? Is this more silly fixes? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, negative 3.9443 e to the negative 31, while this is 1. That it literally doesn't make any sense what that is. Yeah, it's just condensing a bunch of crap there. Oh, this one actually exploded, which is really sad. Grip 2 exploded for some reason. It almost fixed, but then like had an explosion there. Alright, what is this? Am I almost done with random transformation changes? Not quite. Okay, the shotgun scene got more again? I thought I already had that one. I guess I did not. Okay, no more random changes, please. Let me just see the code. I'm looking for a weapon node. Here we are. It's physics process. Okay, on weapon fire. This can signal empty weapon, which turns off recoil rise. Okay, so this is in the correct spot then. I'm doing it there. If melee is not primary, I call fire round. Right, okay. Otherwise I'm not really doing anything. In fact, I think I just say if the weapon is melee primary, then I'm just returning right away. I don't care about it. Okay. But I will check it down here. So if or is it melee is primary? Return. I guess this should actually be a note, right? I don't really have a case for that yet. But this... That's gone. This can signal an empty weapon, which turns off recoil rise. Okay. Okay. Getting there, getting there, getting there. So now, yeah, I think I'm fixing this part up here. So, you know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to write like a one-line thing here. Because it's kind of, I feel, it seems kind of annoying. Well, no, it's not really annoying. This is annoying. That right there is a little annoying. But you know what, whatever. Updated will be false. This is just fine. But fire projectiles needs to also take, so fire transform. So this should be 2 fire 0. And this should be 0 and 1. So then I say, if we updated, emit update is true. What's wrong with this one? Cannot get return value because it returns void. Okay, so this doesn't happen at all then. Alright. So this actually drops out of here. And kind of all of that drops out. So just put all that. You know what, that can go up here. Save some room. And then down here on open fire. Fire round can return a boolean. So this is the case where I want if fire round weapon updated emit. That's all I do. Let me look at what it was. Yeah, it was kind of just updated. Yeah. When weapon status updated such as shooting, reloading, and unloading. I can kind of batch it, I think. In fact, you know what? I think since on weapon of fire is only called in one place now. Yeah, so it's only called in one place now. Which means I can probably throw it all right there. And I can batch it. And then I could just call weapon updated one time at the end of everything. That's a lot of information though. So I'll make a return a bool again. Then I just return updated at the end. And then right here, and then I can just do this here. so I can batch it all together. So then I would do just this. And then, you know what, I can probably just bring it back one. That's probably fine. I think it takes, yeah, it probably takes the transform first and then the ammo. Just the transform and then the ammo. Is that right? Fire projectiles takes the ammo and the transform. But I only call this here, so I can just flip it around. Which probably makes more sense because, yeah, extra data comes at the end. Yeah, just flip that around. 0 and 1. And 0 ammo, right. Okay. I guess what I could do is pass the ammo first. And if I get an ammo resource, then I stash that and I grab the next one. Using an iterator. Yeah, instead of doing arrays of arrays, you just do this. This has got to be way better than doing this. So then up here, when I read it, if I haven't played effects yet, I'm going to play the effects. And this should actually be zero. While I is less than size. I do all that, and then I say, if it's a... Actually, I mean, I guess it's kind of the same thing. So I don't really have to be that specific with it. But I will just say... weapon fire QI, in this case. And this would be weapon fire Q I and but what happens if I call a no, because that's coming from the trigger, so that's actually fine. And I guess I can flip it around. I can flip it back around so it's not changed. I'll do that. So that way I can have the ammo first. Flipping it back. So the ammo goes first. I add 2. I add 1. I'll actually just do this. Go sleep. You know what time it is for me right now? It's 6 o'clock. Like, I'm having dinner soon. I have hours before I sleep. So for the melee as primary, we're just doing that. Otherwise, we're doing this. I+2. And it should be ammo and transform. Double check. Ammo, transform. Good. And then I would say run the weapon fire, which actually would go here instead. And in fact, you know what? I just want to write continue so I can drop this out of there. Continue. Continue. I like that more. I should sleep by. All right. Good night. Sleep well. What? Okay. If we do an update, then we're doing the update. And yeah, same thing down here. Continue. Continue. Continue should apply to that for loop, right? It should definitely apply to the for loop and not the while loop. Man. Nah, do that. I know it must apply to the current loop. It cannot apply to an outer loop. That would be insane. GDScript would be a failure of a language if this applied to the outer loop. Now, if I said like continue while, then, you know, that would go to the outer loop or whatever. I'd be like continue the loop, right? That'd be cool. That'd be a cool language thing. They don't have that. Some language has labeled loops, though, I think, so you can continue from an outer loop. Is it C++ that does that? Do they have that? I think that is the language that has that. I've definitely written that before. Or maybe that's just JavaScript. Some language is really cool because it allows that. I can write a continue or a break, and I can like give a label of a named loop, like a for loop or a while loop or something. The alternative would to have like a Boolean value that the outer loop checks every time it runs to see if it should break. And you would set that to true in the inner loop and then hit break. And then the outer loop would run and check. Right. Turn on recoil rise when firing. Okay. If weapon fire, emit updated. This can signal an empty weapon. It would happen on the spot. Out of ammo. Does out of, well, whatever. It's fine. That's fine. Okay. Is it all good now. Let's run it, I guess. Okay, well, not quite, because I do have something wrong. So, yes. This now needs to copy this, essentially. Well, I think I can just kind of run through it. So I think it should be like actions clear. Is that what this does? I'm going to make them look as similar as possible. Actions clear. This will do actions append charge. And then action fire, and I have no live anymore. Live isn't real. That's all fine. Now, actuates checks if there's no fire delay. I would do that immediately. So yeah, it really just says if there's no fire, then I do actions fire on the spot. Otherwise I set up timers. I only have one timer. And now what I'm actually doing is, since I can have the charge and the fire be in whatever order I want it, I'm actually going to do, if we're primed, I'm just doing the fire delay. Then I can actually return on the spot right there. Otherwise, delay timer will just be the fire delay over 1,000. And yeah, I guess if we're primed, that's the only thing we're doing, right? So either way, this is happening. Otherwise, I start with a prime timer. Will be action duration over 1,000. And then I guess I would have the same kind of thing here if fire delay. I mean, I can do the same thing again. I can say if the action duration is 0, I'm appending the action charge. I guess I can actually say up here, if we're not primed, and prime will just be true at that point. Well, I guess not in that case. Oh, okay, so this is like a live and not live thing happening again. So, yeah, this is another live and not live thing. I can't use primed. It's not exactly like that. This is just like an extra timer, right? So And I guess the mechanism, yeah, the mechanism manages that itself. Not really. Yeah, it's still wrong. It's still wrong to do this. This is the same thing as... It's the same thing. This is just adding an extra timer. That's all it does. But I can just read from it and say, if the mechanism skips the action delay on the next actuation. So I can just say when I actuate, if I am primed, then I will just say primed is false, no longer primed. I consume that priming function. And then I just set the timer or whatever, right? And then I'm done. So otherwise I'm not. This is the only place I write it. I set it to false. The outside sets it to true. So the weapon can set it to true. If I play an animation, that should prime it. Okay. So if the action duration is nothing, I do action charge. And then I guess I do this check again right down here. Well, I mean, actually would be an else if, like this. Primed is false. And I guess this should actually be an else like this. Well, no, it'd be like this. And then all this. Then if the fire delay is empty, do that. And then fire delay would be, well, prime timer is just set, and then fire delay is also just set. Those aren't stacked together. That's an additive thing. All right, same thing there. So then tick, I go through that. Delay, I go through that, and then cycle, I go through that. And I guess down here at the end, yeah, so I still need to set the cycle time, don't I? So I guess I'll copy that. If cycle time is not 0, I guess this would actually be part of fire delay. And this only runs after... Yeah, this can only run after prime and fire delay elapse. So it would really just be... Offset is either going to be... I guess I don't... No, because I have to subtract... Do I have to subtract anything? I think I just subtract it from fire delay. So if the cycle time... Yeah, if the cycle time is less than the fire delay, cycle must be after fire delay. Okay. Let's see, a cycle timer, if this is greater than 0, yeah, so this will never actually, like, elapse correctly if it starts out negative. Whatever. I get the error printing if it would be negative, so it's fine. Cycle must be after fire delay. It'll just be, I'll just be removing the fire delay from cycle time, because I know that that will happen after fire delay ticks. But I also don't even include that if it's part of the prime action, or if priming is happening. Just gonna double check tick. We do primer, then we do delay, then we do cycle timer. Cycle timer won't include delay timer. Okay. All right, so I tried to set live here, which I just don't do anymore. I just don't do that. And then yeah, right, this still happens. If I charge, then I'm gonna set primed. And you know what, I don't even really like that either. I don't like that. This is more me telling the system, hey, don't run, don't wait. That's what I'm doing. I'm telling the system, don't wait. So I just delete all of that. That all just goes away. I will do this, and then I would do mechanism. I will prime it so that I tell it, hey, skip the initial delay next time you run. And that's it. I don't set it to false, I just set it to true. I just tell it, hey, next time, just skip the extra time. You don't need to do it. Simple as that. Okay. So if I aim down, everything looks good. Fire single. Now if I click, all right, so it nearly worked. It rotated one further than it's supposed to. So I'm not really sure how that happened. Okay, so double action has the effect of leaving the hammer pulled and rotating the cylinder, which is really strange. That is really weird. But it's still pretty correct. Okay, well, then I got null, because I tried to shoot an empty round, which, you know, that makes sense. I'm not supposed to do that. Firing a dead round. Okay. So, how did this happen? How did this happen? Alright, so first of all, I think what I want to do is I want to tell it, I want to get this rotation thing fixed. It needs to not. You know what? This might be really close to being done. I should probably go and send what I have, but I'm still going to fix this because, like I said, I need to get it done today. Okay. Right, so this doesn't happen anymore. That doesn't happen. All right, let me go find everywhere that I do trigger mechanism live. Or I guess I can actually just search for the pattern dot live. I guess I get rid of them all. Okay. Those were the only two places that I was left. This is really close to being done. It's so close. Reloading is bugged. I can't... Oh, it's not bugged. I don't have any ammo. Can't reload without the bullets. I need more bullets. Alright, so that still happened, which is weird. Okay. It's super close. Let me go try the shotgun. Make sure I'm not missing some other ones. The bolt rifle and the shotgun and the auto rifle. I'm just going to try them all. Boom, boom, boom. Looks correct. Alright. Dog. Dog is telling me it's time for me to feed him. And I can still do this right. Shoot it while it's reloading. It's so silly. Just putting the button down. Alright. Shotgun. It didn't play the animation. That's fine. That's still a bug, I know about that. Alright, cool. Alright, before I lose anything, I'm going to send what I have. The dog is just staring at me. I guess it is kind of late. Whoa. I'll just do one thing at a time. Hang on, Rat. Hang on. Cool. Bolts. Pistol. Revolver. Go lay down, dude. I'll take care of you in a minute, alright? Good boy. Lay down. Good boy. You're so impatient, Red. You just wait like a few minutes. Just wait. Okay. Alright, everything looks good to me. I need to fix that. So I have to go open this and hit save like 3 times, because that's how many times it takes. I tell you. I've done it before where I hit save twice in a row and it didn't actually get rid of it. Somehow, twice is not enough sometimes. Okay. Just dropping all of that. Yeah, apparently that reordered. I don't even understand why that reordered, but it did. Yeah, that one's just weird. Okay, I can't send the world one because that one's like broken and weird. So everything before the scene world I can add. Just to be sure that I'm adding weapons specifically. Scene weapon is good. And then I'm not doing anything with world there. Trigger mechanism. I split up the timers. Actions. All of that. Actions. Weapon node, what is this random new line? Okay, so on line 54, I gotta get rid of that one in weapon node. Line 54? Or I guess it was that line. Trigger mechanism is probably good to add. I increase that. I changed it to a fire queue. It's just an array. Fire queue stuff. Changing logic there. No more round ejected. That just changed to a primary check, or a melee primary check. That all collapsed to a fire round. Get rid of that comment because it was wrong. Weapon has a chambered round, you must eject first, so it's a better description of that error. And then get ammo to fire does that, and then I would have fire round, so all of that. Yeah, okay, so that all looks good. And then do projectile recast just got renamed to fire projectiles. That comment changed, that line changed. Alright. Adding script, all the script stuff, and then add UI weapon revolver. Okay. Work on weapon fire. Improvements. Okay. Trigger mechanism changes and animations updated to remove logical signals for firing. Use round unload signal instead of round ejected. Then what else is there? A double action mechanism or revolver. Yeah, okay. Like I said, not fully done, but I'm going to keep working on it. I just got to go take care of the dog really quick. Okay. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. The dog is fed. Alright. Okay, so what's happening right now? I sent everything. All the animations are set. Most of the weapons pretty much fire correctly. The pistol is solid. I think that, okay, if the pistol is not solid, it's got an animation bug. I can probably make it happen. Okay, I can probably make it happen. I guess I cannot. The rifle has that problem. I can shoot it while I'm reloading. So I can start firing and hit reload. Is it a bug or is it a feature? I don't know. Very silly though. The rifle, I don't think the rifle... The rifle is single shot, so you have to release before you can fire again. And it automatically charges. The shotgun just has that bug. Actually, yeah, I think the one that really works perfectly is the sniper. Which is still weird to me because it should function the same way that the shotgun does. Where you click, it charges, it fires, it charges. I don't know why the shotgun doesn't do that. But lucky for me, I don't have to think about that. That's a bug. I can do that later. There is, however, an issue with the revolver rotating twice. That's actually a problem that I need to fix now. So why does it rotate twice? So I do have to... So during unloading, this has to happen. I have to physically rotate that cylinder. When I do that, I can also spam this. I don't know why, but I would just want to do that. So far everything works well. It seems to just be the double fire as a problem. And this should not be allowed. Alright, so that's a problem. I shouldn't be attempting to fire... I shouldn't be attempting to fire projectile when the revolver... When I get null, first of all. I can fire... Let me do this. So... The weapon node needs to handle the case where I get null. So if I end up getting null here... In fact, not even there, really. All the way down to here. If I don't have ammo, continue. Can't do it. I straight up ignore it. The intention there, I think, is that if I actually can't fire the weapon, for whatever reason, there's no ammo to shoot, then I should return null. Otherwise, I can shoot it, and then this can all happen. So, I allow myself to return null. So I say, if the round is not live, cylinder ammo state, cylinder position. Also, actually does mixed reserve. Well, this is cylinder ammo state. So yeah, I'll say get ammo to fire if... Yeah. If not, is round live. return null. Otherwise, I'm returning this. And I think I'll put a comment on this so that it's clear what this means. Returns null if nothing can be fired. Okay? Right. So get ammo to fire. I return ammo cache, chambered round type. But I should check here. So if... apparently I have like a badly formatted tab. If the round is not alive, return null. Otherwise I return that. Mixed reserve is always live rounds. Right. Yeah. So if it's chambered and the chambered round is not live, I return null. And then I don't allow myself to fire in that case. I do that check. Revolver weapon. Yeah, I'm gonna fire if it's not live. Null. And I guess I actually do is round live there instead. Okay. So I guess what this means is I would still do... Do I still do on round fire? Or on weapon fire? No, I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't do that, actually. If I get no ammo, I can't actually fire, so I can't do that. Okay. But I can call eject and charge whenever I want, so. So first check, I'm just going to use the single fire to fire an empty round. Nothing happened. But it seems like the hammer is not updated correctly. So I'm just like forever single fire an empty round. Okay. So first of all, I guess I can go look at the UI and see why the UI is not updating, what the UI expects to get. That might be a, should be a good sign. So maybe it's not calling update or something. Extend prop and update the UI to match the weapon state. Alright, so when I fire empty, when I and double action is really weird too. I think it might be that I'm not doing this weapon updated. That's probably what it is. I'm not doing weapon updated when I do this. So I think what should actually happen is... No, because if I do fire, I think I have to call on weapon fire no matter what, but then I don't. I allow this to run through some stuff. So if the chambered round is not live, I guess this is fine, isn't it? This is fine. Oh, and fire round. Oh, this is on weapon resource. So I want to go into revolver weapon. Revolver weapon fire round is a bit different. So this doesn't really matter, I guess. If round is live, then I say, yeah, let me do this. So if the round is live, I'm going to say updated ammo is true. And do this. Otherwise, I just don't do that, actually. But this will always happen. And then when the gun fires the last bullet in reserve. So I guess I say if updated ammo and get reserve totals less than 1. Then I do that. State updated needs to happen because this drops. The hammer falls. So I suppose in this case, I should be calling fire around. And I guess that's the thing, right? It says it returns true if the ammo state's updated. So I can still say like fire around and then it didn't actually do anything. But I still need to update some state here. So if the chambered round is live, then I do this. And this. And then I don't actually care about that. Otherwise, if size is less than 1, I guess I should say if size is greater than 0, then I'm just doing all of this. And I guess here I can actually probably just return false instead of doing this, so I'm not doing so much extra stuff. And this could just be an elif? No. Because I want to do all this down here. So if updated ammo and reserve total is less than 1, out of ammo. If the ammo does not mix, that's like a problem. Let's get the mixed reserve. If the reserve is, if we have a positive value, if it's reversed, I take off the end. If it's normal, I take off the front. And then I say I updated the ammo. Okay. So now weapon fire round should always happen. I guess I actually say out of ammo emit happens there. So I guess I actually would say here. If we didn't update the ammo, then is recoil rising will just be false, I think. However, if no ammo state wasn't modified, not rise. Okay, right? All right. Cool, cool, cool. Is that all? Maybe that's it? It's weird, I get so stuck into it that I kind of forget when I need to run, and I feel like I shouldn't be running. Alright. Okay. Revolver time? Okay, well, I kind of forgot about that. All right. So that didn't actually do anything, did it? Oh yeah, it didn't do anything. Weird. State updated, special signal for the scene to handle any state changes. I call this state updated. Revolver open state updated. This should be listening to that. On revolver updated. Update ports, update cylinder spin. Oh, really? This doesn't do. Wait. Animated cylinder rotation. I store that on the revolver. I think I just store this on the revolver to retrieve it later. I think that's kind of what that's doing. Because I delete the scene and I reload it. I guess that part's fine. Though I think I still have the issue with the hammer being wrong. The hammer's not really updating. That's fine. I think visually it's fine if the animation doesn't have the hammer pulled back. It's more that it's clear that the hammer isn't being dropped or... The double action's weird. Okay. I think maybe... okay. Let me look at this. Let me try to figure out what's going on here. So it works when I fire single action. This works. So I do this. That works. When I do double action, it rotates twice and then it doesn't seem to drop the hammer. Yeah. It does a rotation. Is fire double? The fire double animation might be applying it at the end. So it shouldn't be doing that. That might be the issue. The fire double animation might be applying at the end. Okay, it doesn't. The apply is this value. So I tell it how long to take, how many positions to rotate, and then I tell it whether or not to apply. It doesn't do that. Right. I call rotate cylinder with false. So this one false. It doesn't do it, of course. So fire double doesn't apply the rotation. It visually rotates it, but that's all it does. It just visually rotates it. Now, is it possible that update cylinder spin is doing something with UI? Animated cylinder rotation is updated by the animation scene used by the Revolver UI to synchronize with the visual rotation. Okay. So it could... No? That doesn't really make any sense. I think it might be... Does the revolver weapon do that? I think this is just stored on here. It doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't even use it here. It's just stored there for the UI to pull. Which kind of sucks. It's probably pretty bad to do that. I think what I should do is just have... No, I mean, that's probably fine to be there. It's weird, though. It is weird. I never set this to be true somewhere, do I? I'm never setting it to be true. No, I'm only turning it off or turning it on when I call the thing. Hey, Yo-Yo. This is a hard one to track down. Now you're working, I can't. Okay. Yeah, actually working for once, huh? Crazy, I know. It's probably gonna be a long one because, like I said, I'm finishing this today. It's like close to 8, which is nuts. I guess today doubles as a late stream too. I'm struggling to figure out how this breaks out of here and like messes up. Oh, is it this charge thing? That's it. Fire double shouldn't be doing this. That's the mistake right there. Delete that. That's it. That was the mistake. Okay. And I got lucky that time. Can I get lucky again? Save. Okay, cool. I think that was a mistake. I had never said the words But I don't think Daniel might not have even been here, but it was double rotation again. I was doing double rotation. Okay, so that failed though. Ooh, that was weird. It's being really strange. Okay. Yeah, because this is just like non-visual stuff that's happening. But then it looks like the angle resets. So should I be up? No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't be rotating the cylinder there. It's kind of there. It's almost there. What do I think is happening here? What does it look like is happening? All right, what is exactly happening? The first time I click, specifically, we are not charged and it works. That worked. I heard the sound. I know for a fact that sound only happens if I really fire around. If I truly fire around, that sound plays. Now, everything looks correct, but when I click this time, it looks like it works, but then it doesn't. It doesn't fire this time. And then when I click again, it does like a full spin and fires. So it's this weird thing where that second fire doesn't, it makes things visually happen, but nothing actually happens. So currently, cylinder position is there. I click, it does this rotation and then fires. So it's that second click. It's a second click. Alright, so honestly, let me just put a breakpoint on there. I'll click the first time, and then I'll pause it, put on a breakpoint, and then click the second time. So that works. Sound is a bit weird because I think it just like fails to load one of the sounds in time or something, so it like is quiet. I don't know what's going on with it. Now, the second time I fire, I need to do this. So I believe I probably get down here, right? Put a breakpoint there. All right, cool. All right, we hit it. So, yeah, I should know that because I definitely called a go to fire thing. So that's fine. I believe that will work. Here is where it probably doesn't work. Here it's probably where something breaks. So I'm currently inside of double action. That all looks correct. Timers are done. Weapon triggered. Weapon triggered is true. Has ticked should be true. Not sure why that's false. Has ticked should be true. How is that happening? Has ticked to set the false when? When is has ticked set false? What? When is has ticked set false? Has tick is false when I turn on weapon true. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's correct. Alright. Actions. Prime is turned on. Prime should not be on. Prime should be off right here. Why is Prime on? Is it that hammer pull? Calling in to tell it that it's maybe that's it. Maybe maybe I have to, well, I think whenever I call actuate I set it to false. But I guess also I guess also here, if I fire the round, I guess I also have to set it false, because then I can, because this is the double action, right? I click, it's not prime, so it adds the extra delay for the prime. That also has the effect of calling out to charge the weapon, which primes it? How did it become? Oh, I set it prime here. Alright, but this I need to do. I do have to do that here. Yeah, I guess the problem is when I get down here and I drop the hammer. I need to say that we are no longer primed. I probably do have to specifically tell it that. Okay. So if trigger mechanism is double action, I do have to, I have to tell it that we're no longer primed, because it's possible that we run through it not primed and then we charge as part of the animation, which then tells it that we're primed. Not, sorry, I said part of the animation. It's not part of the animation, it's part of the trigger mechanism. Tells it to charge. But that's not really differentiable between an animation that does it and a logic that does it. I just need to set it false there. I think that's what I have to do. So prime should have been false. So now with this change, let's run through that. So I'm going to go to turn that one off, run it. Double action. I guess it's technically single action. Bam. Now I'm going to, I guess first one I'm just going to look and see if it is working now. So now it thinks where the hammer's pulled. So when I click, yeah, I can never escape this when I get here. So you can see it, right? I'm clicking fire empty, but it's never doing anything. So I mean, honestly, maybe that just means actuated has to always... Maybe... No. What do I do there? So if I get ammo to fire and I don't have an ammo, I don't do this, but I still do this. I still have to do that. Just this step here, I may skip. So if I get an ammo, then I do this. Okay. This is how it should be written. I'm always calling this. I'm always calling that. And I think that does the state update, which the UI listens for. Something like that. I'm sure it probably gets out there. All right. So now I'm going to single action all the way through. I don't know why there's no sound. Oh, I have to do this first. Or no, I just do it like that. And I don't run continue from there. That's okay. My bad. Also, I'm noticing I'm not hearing the sound of me walking anymore. Oh, there is. It's just really quiet. Okay. Single action all the way through. And it still broke. Okay, it actually didn't break. But it thinks the hammer is... The UI is not getting this update. So why is that? Is it because emit updated needs to be called? Maybe on weapon fire. Okay, I guess probably it technically should do this. So double action fire round is always returning true, actually. Well, I guess it's not always returning true. Or sorry, not double action. Revolver weapon fire round. This also does state updated. Special signal for the scene to handle any state changes. I mean, I guess I just always return true. Is that the... Alright, how does the... Okay. How does the UI get the update? That's what I need to know. Weapon UI update. I'm assuming this probably comes from who handles you? The weapon node should put the UI up, right? Weapon node puts the UI up. Who puts up the UI? No, weapon node doesn't know about UI. Yeah, weapon node doesn't know about UI. The player does. The player knows about the UI. So is that what I'm missing? Update weapon switch. Select weapon. Select weapon. HUD. Weapon node. Update weapon HUD. Let's go find that. It just calls HUD update weapon. Okay, well, that's helpful. So, is this connected to something? Weapon node, weapon updated, weapon update HUD. All right, so this is a special case. If I fire and if I do this, state update emit, and then I'm also going to do just, I guess, updated ammo true. Okay. Though I guess this probably goes up here instead, so I'm not doing that there. I want to keep the order of these two the same, so I still do stay updated first, and then I do out of ammo. Well, okay. I don't know if those two need to be in this order. This is simply said special setting for the scene to handle any state changes. That's all it does. I don't think it needs out of ammo. Okay. Out of ammo may use that. I don't think so. Okay, I really don't think so. I think I just do that. And what just happened? Okay. I guess here I do that up here then, right? So then if the hammer was cocked, we say it's not. I fix the prime. I emit the state update, and then I would say update ammo is also true. Okay. So now the UI should match the hammer position, which should match what I see on the gun. I shouldn't be able to desynchronize those. It is doing the recoil kick though, which is funny. So that's not correct. All right. So this is documented as updating ammo. Maybe I just need to somehow connect state updated to... Yeah, I need a different way to connect this. So this is, yeah, I can't do this. I just take that off. This is probably still fine. In fact, I might go make the other one, the normal one, do this ordering where... No, I mean, that's just totally fine. The order of that, that's fine. So, essentially what I really want to do, this state updated signal is kind of calling to me. That sounds like the UI should also be listening to that somehow. I do get a revolver weapon though. Do I have like a set revolver weapon? No. I do have an update. I guess there's process. To make the rotation happen. So you know what? I'll just throw this up here. This update, what does this do? Note. I don't think this needs to be done. Note when we are told to update snap to true angle. Yeah, so I'm not doing that. I'm going to delete those comments. This is more just to update. Really weird. Really weird. So, my eyes, yeah, that's a pretty awful statement there. I'll agree with that. Should I take it out here? Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Because this will give me that, like, for 1 frame, that thing will flash. So you know what? I'm going to do that. I'll take this out of here and I'll put it up here. If revolver weapon, I can update this section. So if revolver, that. I'm already doing a lot of crazy stuff. This is probably fine. This UI might suck, to be honest. This UI might really suck. I might actually want to have, because this is like constantly updating, right? So if I do the single action, double action is charging and then pulling the trigger. Single is just pulling the trigger. So I should see it flash red. I didn't see it flash red. I didn't see it flash red. I'm not seeing it flash red. Interesting. Interesting. But that's weird. I thought I took that off. That is weird. Why is that happening? Did it not actually save? That's really strange. Yeah, why is this pulling up? Yeah, because what's supposed to happen is I call fire round, and then if that's like this. Oh, I guess if I do not updated, I do this, and I actually return false right away. So you know what? This is kind of actually kind of stupid. Return true. If not weapon fire round, turn off that. If ammo state wasn't modified, then we should not rise or kick. Okay. All right, that was my mistake. I saw it flash. I'm seeing it flash red sometimes. I would actually like to see it flash red more than that, though. I really would like to see that flash red more than that. So, what do I do? Maybe I should bind, maybe I can connect it to state updated. So if weapon node gets, that might be it actually. All right, so I'm putting this back down here. Save a little bit on frame. Move it here. And it should be checking revolver weapon instead, so. If revolver weapon, do all that. And then I say, when I do state updated emits, weapon node is going to check if we are connecting to a revolver weapon. And if we are, load weapon type. Yeah, so it looks like we're only really connecting to that. But I do have a special case. So if it's a revolver weapon, weapon state updated, disconnect from weapon updated emits. What is this? Do I check it here, actually? Maybe I check it here. Emit updated true. Yeah, you know what? I think I check it here. And I do an L if it's this weapon, then I also need to do that instead of binding to it like this, because this is probably too ridiculous. Where is it at? Get rid of that. Yeah, if the weapon type is a no. Let me do state updated. Will do what? Oh man, I don't know. I'm actually perplexed here. So, what do I do here? What do I do here? What do I do here? That state updated, I would really like to pull out and do UI update. So, that's what I'm going to do. On weapon charge causes state update to happen. And it's like literally the next frame it turns off. Wait a second. Yeah, the issue is that it comes back out and it doesn't update the UI because that state update doesn't happen. So maybe what I really do is on player, if I pull out, if I select revolver spin to next. Oh. If I select a certain weapon, then I need to what? Alright, let me do this. Let me say revolver UI. If I get an update, I'm gonna check if state change is connected to this function, and if it's not connected, no. Alright, fine. I'm just putting it at the top. This is just silly. Though I think I do want to say, when I process, I check this value, and should I compare the two? I don't know. Just, I don't know. Leave it there. Also, if I feel like this should have been a not, because now everything's nested underneath itself. That was a mistake. An old mistake. Alright. What was I doing? Did I figure out that there was like a different problem with this? Where it like wasn't updating correctly? I'm seeing it flash red sometimes. Alright, so that's I mean that's working. Alright, that's the next test, actually. So reload, does reload work? Does it, hammer is up right now, so I will click to drop. Cool. Does reload work correctly? They all dropped and they disappeared from there. Cool, awesome. That's the cylinder. I charge it automatically. Awesome. Sweet. Alright, a desynchronization has happened. The hammer is back, and the UI does not say the hammer's up. So, this is probably yet again another... How was I doing that? How was I doing that? Okay, so the fire fan animation is just... It's doing stuff that it's not supposed to do, is what's happening. So fire fan, I'm assuming, probably calls charge. Oh, it doesn't. Fire fan just plays that. Okay. Okay. Does it pass through charge then? I'm a little confused. I think when I... What? Hang on. What's happening? So let me go to fan the hammer without doing the charge, because that's kind of a mistake. Alright, well I did the charge anyway because I reloaded. Alright, so the hammer's up, and it's not up on the UI. That's the mistake. It wasn't like weirdly getting stuck or something, it just doesn't think it's up. Which is weird, because the animation plays the hammer up, but how does... Well, okay, so how does the hammer come back up? Fire fan goes to fire fan charge, and fire fan charge is fire double with a custom timeline. Interesting. Okay. How do I know if I'm in the fan the hammer state? I actually don't know how I know that. That's really weird. So I play the fire double animation, but I only play the first part of it. Like the first 10th of it. I mean, I guess that's right. Oh no, timeline length is a stretch. Right. Okay. So I just essentially play this at double speed. Is essentially what I'm doing here. I'm playing fire double at twice speed. So that's fine. The only issue is this doesn't logically charge, but it should. So how do I know if I'm in fan hammer state? Because if I'm in fan hammer state, when I fire, there should be a charge after the... Yeah, it's like an automatic weapon, right? There should be... I should be charging the weapon after I fire. So I guess just what I can do there. First of all, I need to know how I know that. How do I know when the revolver is in fan hammer state? It's a double click. It's an input thing. It's specifically a double aim click. Which... Oh, here it is. Okay. So I say I grab the scene and I tell the scene to go to fan. And then when I'm in the fan state... Yes, this is already kind of wrong. The revolver should probably have a fan state. Or really, maybe what I do is I tell weapon node to do a special revolver fan state instead of doing that here. And let the weapon node synchronize all the scene stuff because it knows what's happening there. So yeah, probably what I do is treat it. Yeah, instead of doing this stuff, what I should do is do weapon node dot like revolver fan. That's what it should be. So I'm going to make a function for that. That's what it should be. Reload, unload, all this stuff. So I have, yeah, a special thing essentially. So I guess this return false for now. Alright, so essentially what I'm looking for is if the weapon node is a revolver scene, then I would do this. So I guess I can do the actuated thing again. So revolver fan, and then if actuated, I would do clear inputs. Otherwise, I would do that, I guess. And this would be revolver scene. That. And then is input buffered? Same stuff. I'm going to go and paste this in here. I know that's not correct, but I'm just going to leave it there for now. And then I'm going to say weapon type is revolver weapon. And I guess I say if I have a buffered input and it's not a revolver weapon, then I probably clear that input immediately. Then if I can't remember why I exactly did all this, but whatever. Okay, so now going back to how I said, where I let the weapon node manage synchronization and things like that, and weapon scene and all that. Alright, so now weapon node has control over this. So I can do this should be if weapon type is revolver weapon. I guess I can say, yeah, I'll do this. Then I say, well, let me look at unload. If not weapon type is revolver weapon, I'll return false here. And then I would say return weapon scene as revolver weapon scene dot go to fan. So, but now I think what I want to do is something special here. So switch, yeah, so this would do weapon type switch ammo. Let me do this. Just so I can have things correct. So now if I have a revolver fan, and how do I exit that? Here's the question, how do I exit that? It's probably when I aim, right? Because that is the same trigger. So it's probably in like update aim. Update fan. Interesting. So really what I should do is I should do update weapon node and right was ooh. Oh, I pass in was fanning here. Okay, so here's some stuff that I can probably do. This can probably move. Oh, revolver weapon scene manages if it's fanning. So this should probably live on revolver weapon, and revolver weapon scene can read this or get some update about this. But yeah, this definitely shouldn't be here. I don't think the player should be managing stuff like that. It shouldn't be growing. Yeah, I mean, this is already a red flag. I'm accessing something I told myself as a private member. And I'm setting data on it. So this is like pulling code, you know, in the wrong place. All right, so I think what I want to do is, let me go look at what update fanning does. It does weapon node set aiming. If revolver is fanning. Weapon position duration. Look aim time. Set target delta. If revolver is fanning and revolver not can fan. What? If we were fanning and if we were not fanning and we are fanning, do that. Okay, so I don't really understand what this is, why this is like that. Weapon position set target delta. From weapon. What? Am I setting weapon? What? I'm really confused now. How does that work? Let me check what this animation is. Because we apparently go to fan. Or we don't. Okay, so we don't do that. What do we do? Oh, I would call revolver go to fan. Which does some checks. If we're idle, no. If we're not idle, no. If we are idle, yes. That's all it does. Update fanning a weapon node. Set aiming. We turn off aiming. We turn on aiming. Set aiming, what does this do? No description. The only thing that I can't do from weapon node is this weapon position stuff. Because apparently I'm moving it somewhere. But where am I moving it to? That's the question. Update aiming. If it's a revolver and we are fanning, we turn it off. Does the scene move it when I set this? Is fanning? No, there's no set. Is it just an update thing? No. So confused. How do we move that? How do we move the weapon when I do this? And this is kind of the weirdest thing to me. Oh, there it is. Wow. Duh. Duh. I found it. Okay. All right, I found it. Now, I forgot why I needed to find it. Why did I need to find that? Yeah, that's the worst. I forget why I was doing something. It's a weapon position thing, right? I'm physically moving the weapon node. Now, maybe weapon node can move itself, but this is weapon position. This is like all aiming stuff. So, I guess what I can do is maybe I'm able to maybe weapon node should just do all this on its own, right? Maybe that's the real trick. Weapon node should be moving itself instead of the player moving the weapon node. It probably makes sense, right? That it probably shouldn't be in player. That's a refactor, though. That's kind of a big refactor. No, man, no. No. Damn it. I have the refactor. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to make it so... The only problem... Okay. It sucks. I can admit that this sucks. I am going to probably... Don't just type restore. Look at what's changed. Yeah, the only thing I've changed in player right now is this thing. So let's put that back. Put that back. Now, the only problem is that I play the fire double animation and the charge doesn't come through. But I know that's a problem if I do that. I can't I'm not doing charge on that. I'm not doing charge on that one. So what can I do? It's got to do something, right? I guess I could make some code for... Is this the, this is the weapon scene. I could probably do something with... that one in particular where I like say the hammer has been lifted. What does this do? What does this mean? Cancel. Don't do that. I play the fire fan charge, which is just the double, but like a faster, but faster. All right. So the thing that I was saying about the synchronization stuff, this is where it kind of comes in. What I really want to do is when I'm in fanning state, I need to essentially insert a charge after the fire. And that charge is a bit different. Maybe it's something specifically on this one. So the fan offset. And I'll do this. I'll just say fan hammer time. This will be in... What's my idea? I want to have it here. Yeah, I want to have it here because this is a special timing that's only on the revolver. Okay. I'll just try that one. And go to... How long is that animation? I played at double time. So essentially it's charged after 100 milliseconds, right? I mean, it's supposed to be charged after 100 milliseconds. So I guess that's all I do. I just say we're charged after 100 milliseconds. And I'll say, time after firing in fan mode when hammer is automatically pulled back. And we just started at 100 because that's where it sets. Okay. So now somehow, I say somehow, I know how I'm going to do it. The player, when I go into this, I'm going to tell it, I gotta go find it. Update weapon node. Yeah, so when I go in here, if I go to fan, how do I know when I break out of this? That's the question. How do I know when I break out of this? Is it like... How do I do this? Revolver is fanning. False. Is that only for like the travel? Go to fan is fanning true. Go to fire if we're fanning. Ah. I shouldn't be doing this. That's a mistake. That shouldn't be happening. Because I just call go to fire and the current state of the weapon should be correct. Alright, let me check. Does this do nothing? Okay, cool. It doesn't do anything if it's not already set. But I really shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, that's not this. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. Is round alive? Is round alive? So there's still supposed to be a delay. This is reading. Yeah, this is weird. This. No. No, this shouldn't be happening. Oh my god, what's going on? What is going on? This is so weird. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. When I do that animation of the fan state, part of the cycle is I can't fire again until that cycle timer expires, so I'm still limited. But when that cycle timer does expire, it should just apply a fan. That's wrong. In fact, these are kind of wrong. This is kind of wrong. It shouldn't be doing this. Where is it using? Is it using, or is it doing anything with Revolver again? If we're just reading, that's fine. Oh my god. This is so connected with it. I guess it's fine for the boards because I need to like place. I need to place them in the right spot. This is not so wrong. It's weird. This I don't think I should ever be doing. There's gonna be some buggy stuff because of how like blended together with the weapon it is. Revolver literally has code in 4 places, by the way. Actually, like 5 places. It's on player. It's in Revolver. It's in Revolver UI. It's in Revolver weapon, and then it's in double action. Which I mean, it's not really. It's whatever. But there's code in 5 places for the Revolver. And it's really just kind of stretched out more than it needs to be. But I'm not. I can't refactor. Let me remind myself what the problem is. The problem is Let me remind myself what the problem is. Undo this stuff. It works. It currently works. Okay. Chill out. Stop changing it. That's all fine. That's crap. That's crap. Weapon node. That's fine. Delete that. Line 432. Let me remind myself what the issue is. Okay. The issue is that automatic charging isn't updating the UI. That's the issue. Not correctly, at least. Fan hammer time. Let me get rid of that. I don't know if that's where it's gonna go, so I'm not gonna do it there yet. I'm just going back to how it was. Okay, and then I need to save on roll because it's being really mean. Okay. All right. So up in node, I'm just making that part work. Okay, if we didn't update that, then don't do anything. Weapon resource returns null if it can be fired, so this is all good still. Maybe I should go ahead and send this. Perhaps it's more that it is reading the revolver weapon hammer state there. So maybe it's just the case that after I fire, but the revolver doesn't know if it's in fan state. But it can. It can know that. So there's no timers here though. In fact, right, so charge is currently moving it forward correctly. Wait, no, it's this is the weird thing. Okay. So the animation, I could fix this by just making a new animation that is just, I don't want to do that though. I want it to be the fire double, just faster. And when I say double, I actually mean the single action where you pull the trigger and the hammer comes back. I guess that actually is the fire double because we're pulling it back and then we fire. So it's, I don't know, man. I call charge weapon, but maybe what happens is if I enter, I think this can know when it enters a certain frame. The thing is, I'm being saved by this call. I'm actually being saved by this call. But that call shouldn't be there. That call shouldn't be there. So I think what needs to happen is when I call fire, weapon node, should, where is it? Update trigger somewhere right in here. Here it is. When I call tick and I do this, I think what should happen is I probably call actuated. Not really. I can't rely on the order of these two doing something special, but maybe what I actually do is I come down here. No, because I need to... The weapon scene should have enough information right now to do whatever it wants to do. So what I think that means is, if we're in the fan state, we make the assumption that we're going to charge the weapon. If we are charged, we're traveling directly to the fire. If we're not charged, we're passing through fire double first. This is so stupid. This is where the problem starts. Alright. I'm going to try to alleviate a little bit of... This is kind of the issue, that I'm calling this charge weapon here. This is kind of the issue. I'm going to try to alleviate that problem by removing this. So I'm not calling charge weapon anymore. I'm not calling that. And instead, I need to find some way to do that. It needs to happen before this. So I don't think I can do anything in here. So if I call go to fire, the hammer, I should know where the hammer is, right? At this point, the revolver should know the current state of the hammer. Perfect, right. So when I call go to fire, there's so much stuff here. When I call go to fire, what I'm really doing is I'm doing if we are not like this, I need to do something specific. I need to queue up all the animation stuff I can do, right? All the animation stuff needs to happen right here. So fire fan does have an arrow from fire charge, but fire charge can only go back into it. It doesn't come out of it. So what I think should happen is if we're not charged, I need to charge. But fire fan and fire fan empty end by traveling to this node. This should all be in mechanism though, really. It really should be in mechanism. Somehow mechanism needs to know about this stuff so that when I enter fan the hammer, the first thing I do is I run that charge. I mean, that's literally what happens, right? So let me verify that. Okay, I don't need to visually I mean, it's... Let me just see. I have to click it correctly though too. I can't like click it wrong. Okay, so I clicked it wrong. All right, fine then, fine. If I go to fan, I should do this. Okay. You know what? I'm calling it a bug, and I'm leaving it there. I'm resetting. I'm calling it a bug, and I'm leaving it there. All right. That's what I'm doing. Because that's like, this is a real refactor that really needs to happen. The revolver's too spread out. It's in too many places. I'm just gonna call it a bug. The UI doesn't update correctly when we're in the fan of the hammer state. That's a big refactor to fix that. Weapon aiming should be handled by the weapon node. Or should it? Fanning should be handled by the weapon node, that's for sure. The weapon node should move itself there. That's something that is known to the weapon node, and that's something unique to it. Because currently how it works is, the player handles moving the weapon node for its aiming, which I think is fine. Maybe it's not fine at all. Maybe the player should just say, hey, here's where I want you to put the gun when I aim. And the weapon node, and I just tell the weapon node, all right, let's aim. And that's it. Weapon node does all of its stuff. Because I am calling set aim. The set aim is mainly for, like, I think spread or something. I think that's all weapon node needs to know about that. Because it does stuff with spread. And kick. Recoil. But it should do everything. It should just be told, here's where I want you to put the weapon when I aim. And then I call set aim. I call revolver fan. I call revolver fan false to go out of it. I call aim false. I call aim true, right? I'm going to call it a bug and a refactor. Otherwise, visually, it's just a small UI problem where the arrow doesn't light up red, even though it should. I think it's just UI. I think it is just UI. That's a spaghetti problem for sure. I have to update player, revolver, and weapon node. And it's a lot of stuff to change for one UI thing. Like, that's when I know that's spaghetti, and that's when I know I have to fix that, because that UI bug is literally needs a big refactor for that. But I'm just gonna call it a bug for now. Because I don't want to do that tonight. I just don't want to do that tonight. It's definitely my bedtime. I move that up to process, which is fine. I'm already doing a bunch of UI stuff there every frame. That probably needs some optimization. That's really bad. This is bad. That's just bad. I mean, quite literally, you're dropping frames to spin the revolver on the UI. Even when it's not spinning. Even when it's not spinning, you're dropping frames for it. Okay. I think really everything here is otherwise good. Good changes. Right. That was a kind of a bug fix, not really. Weapon all the script stuff. UI. Oh, what? Add. Okay. If not, round is live, return null. That's what it should do. Fire around. If round is live, do that. Otherwise, we're just, treating it like we're just striking a dead round, which is fine. I guess logically, that's fine. Recoil stuff. Yeah, see, because the weapon moves, the weapon node handles motion already. It should handle the position of the weapon fully. The player should not be managing the position of the weapon like that. For nothing, really. It should not be moving it. It should only place it where, like, maybe a setting says, hey, I want to put the weapon node there, right? That's all it should do. And then it should say, all right, weapon node, here's where I want you to go when I aim you. Okay. This is I guess it's called fix, but it's more like finish revolver fire changes. Debug. Hammer mark does not turn red during fan mode. Unfortunately, this needs major refactor to fix. Without making more spaghetti. And then just revolver functions well now. That's all I can say about that. Logically, everything runs correctly. I'm in Fan the Hammer. I can shoot as fast as I can click. There's still a lot of problems though. Mainly that the trigger mechanism is essentially like fully detached from that mode. And I'm kind of not even sure how it manages to work right now. It's really weird. Yeah, I'm really not even sure how that works right now. Yeah, actually, I kind of don't understand how that works. Because in theory, what should be happening is I click, the revolver doesn't see that it's charged. While I'm spam clicking, I click, it's all that, all right, I fire, and then I click a second time. I guess actually that's why it works. It works because go to fire is charging the weapon. That's why it works. Because it charges the weapon, and because, you know what? For now, I'm going to leave a note about this too. Did I already push? I did not. Notes. big note. Go-to fire must be before actuated because of spaghetti with revolvers. The reason this works is because actuated will pretty much guarantee, if you're in the fanning state, or even if you're just in a fan animation, it's going to charge the weapon, and then weapon node actuated happens, and because charge weapon primes it, that is why we get over here, and actuated sees that prime is true, and we skip the charge duration. We skip the extra prime timer. We skip that. That's why this works, because this happens in this order. That's not how it should be. That's really not how it should be. I literally just said I was even considering doing something where I move it down. And then in actuated, I would handle charging and things like that, which is kind of where it should go, probably. But currently, the order these two functions matter, they should not matter, but they do. And I'm going to write that down specifically so I remember that they matter. And when I change this, I'll just look at this and be like, oh, wait a second, I remember in the past that I figured out that these were the order these two functions mattered, so maybe I did something wrong. Okay. I gotta add that. And that's gonna be it for tonight. Tomorrow, I'm not going to do that refactor now or tomorrow. I'm going to do something else. But I can call this one done. So okay. Git push. There we go. All right. Okay. Weapon fire system. Done. And I need to add this as a bug. Like, I did one thing and I'm adding 4 bugs. So, and this is a big refactor. So, I'll even preface it with a refactor in the name. This is a bug. Or I guess I'll say revolver UI. Revolver UI not updating hammer during fan mode. And this honestly requires a large refactor of weapon aiming. Which sounds weird, but it is because revolver fan mode is intertwined with aiming, which is handled almost entirely by the player's script. Weapon node should be provided an aim offset and add a new function for a new function. Revolver fan bool. Is that the correct? Why did the back ticks? Oh, because those are not back ticks. A new function. Function bool. And make set aim bool. Perform all weapon position changes. According to the set aim offset by the controller. Players should set the aim offset on the weapon node when switching weapons. And then weapon node needs to manage fan state sync with the scene and weapon and revolver. And yeah, revolver needs to automatically charge after a delay. I guess mechanism probably. And revolver mechanism needs to auto charge when fan mode is enabled. So probably accept a fan charge time and on revolver weapon and assign a charge time on mechanism when entering, exiting fan mode. Also, the revolver scene needs to stop calling methods on the which update, which change its state. Okay. There we go. And then bug. Cool. Alright, I checked something off. Cool. So probably what I should do is, probably what's best practice, is to tackle bugs immediately. I don't really like that. That feels slow. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do probably the bad thing where I leave the bugs and I work on something else, which probably will create more bugs. Sleeping might actually be pretty easy. Like there, I can kind of pick anything I want. Some of these seem really simple. Like sleeping, that seems really simple. Points of interest, not all of them are simple. Abandoned car and big tree are probably really simple. I kind of do whatever I want. I can just model big tree as a big box. And put like ammo or something there. You know, combo it. I guess I wouldn't do that. That would go under weapon and ammo pickups where I place them. But I mean, I guess I could do that. Fog effects, tree, you know, there's many things I should be doing. Okay. Alright, well that's it for today. Honestly, this is like, what, 4 days to do this? And I said it would take hours? That's pretty bad. I didn't spend many days working on it. And today was like a 10-hour day working on that too. So that's, damn. I suck at predicting. I mean, okay. I was definitely maybe a bit optimistic on that. Calling it hours instead of days. But if you really think about it, it kind of was just hours. Because I really only worked on this today. Today was like the whole day. Today was like the only day I actually worked on it. Every other day I spent maybe an hour or less and just getting nothing done. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. I will go to bed soon so I can be up early and not do a late stream. Yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.